my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country.
And we shall overcome.
Impromptu celebrations erupted outside the White House.
The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence.
Yo, what's up, family? Once again, we back with another conspiracy show. We switching the schedule up. We switching the schedule up, right? So Tuesdays used to be the political conspiracy show. Well, now we're gonna have Monday conspiracies, Friday politics, and then Tuesday through Thursday everything boxing. And so we'll see how it work out. And if we got to make adjustments, hey, we flexible. We flexible around here, man. But shout out to everybody in the building, man. Much love and respect. I got my sister in the building. My sister Todd Draper is in the building. Salute to the queen, man. My brother is in the building. He out of order already. He already out of order. I hadn't even started the damn show. He talking about we gonna be out of order within the first 5 minutes. Nigga, you out of order. And I say that respectfully. I say that very respectfully. You know you my brother. Shout out to Texas G in the building. Shout out to my brother in the building, D Free, in the building, man. The big homie is in the building. D-Ray Promotions. D-Ray is in the building. D-Ray on the live, or D-Ray live on the drive is what he like to call himself these days, but I know him as D-Ray Promotions. Sometimes broke land. Respectfully. I say that respectfully. Shout out to my brother Kazi in the building. Salute, Kaz. Hey, Kaz, I gotta get with you because I may need some new things. I ain't gonna lie to you. We working on some new things for the show, so I may need your assistance. I say that respectfully, my brother. So you already know what it is. When I need you, you know I'm gonna hit you up. You know what it is, my brother. Shout out to my brother, straight out of Alaska. Straight out. Cash Crypto is in the building. Salute to my brother Cash in the building. Shout out to Kenny Porter right hand. Hey, if y'all can't laugh about Kenny Porter right hand, then y'all don't know nothing about boxing. Kenny Porter right hand was the one that touched Fred on the chin. Shout out to Fred, man. Shout out to Barbershop Conversations. That right hand was the one. Correct me if I'm wrong, Kenny Porter right hand. You knew it happened. Shout out to my brother Sean T, man. We done had my brother back in the building 2 days straight, man. Shout out to my brother. That's the OG right there, man. Shout out to him. All right, so look, man. I gotta tell y'all, we getting ready to drop the link as always. Shout out to AJ in the building. AJ 64 is in the building. How I said 47? That's crazy work. Shout out to Dr. Mark in the building. Y'all make sure y'all go sub to Dr. Mark as well. Doing a hell of a job over there. You know what I'm saying? Y'all make sure y'all go sub to D-Ray. Y'all go sub to D-Free. Hey, sub to all these brothers, man. Show them a little Kazi. Go show Kazi love over there. Kazi always got the late nights going. You know what I'm saying? Tonight, man, we not boxing tonight, man. I'm just gonna be honest with you. We talking conspiracies. And this episode tonight, it's not even conspiracy. This is the truth. We going and we watching an interview from and responding to accordingly, of course. We're gonna be in order. Shout out to Ronnie Bravo. I know Ronnie. I know. Tomorrow, Ronnie. I understand. I got you, Ronnie. But tonight, we had to switch the schedule up because hey, it is what it is. But tonight, man, we're going to be talking about the Reaper. One of the most qualified, one of the individuals with some of the most confirmed kills as far as war goes, a true sniper. And this is a black brother right here. This is my brother. And so I thought that just listening to his interview, I said we gotta cover this. This falls right into line. It ain't all aliens tonight. It ain't all Egypt tonight. It ain't ancient megaliths tonight. But it's still gonna be a hell of a show. Shout out to my sisters over there at the Ladies of I Talk, man. Y'all make sure y'all go sub to the ladies. They do a hell of a job over there. You understand what I'm saying? And they talk everything. Relationships. Hell, they'll have an all-white party on you on the weekends. This is what they do. Y'all make sure y'all go show them love. Shout out to my brother Crush the Legend. Coffee and donuts for your ass. You understand what I'm saying? Between 6:30 in the morning, the OG will be live. Y'all make sure y'all go show love and respect to Coffee and Donuts. My brother Detroit BC is in the building. Salute to Detroit. Make sure y'all show Detroit love. Listen, it's enough love to share with everybody out here. But let me go ahead. I'm gonna put the link in the chat as always. And real quick, the OG just dropped the link, man. Coffee and donuts for you. Hey, if you want to get your morning started off right, you wake up, listen to Crush, cuss y'all ass out. That's what he go. Shout out to the OG. Now I say that respectful. But make sure y'all go sub to Crush, man. Anybody else, man? Y'all want to drop y'all link? Feel free. We not hating over here, man. We showing love to everybody, especially if y'all show us love. So, let me go ahead and put the link. We get started late over here, so we gotta definitely, let me make sure I do things the right way. We dropped the link early over here because we do get started late. And so let me go here. Bam. All right, we in order now. Now we in order. Look at that. We in order now, y'all. We in order all the way. We're gonna pin that. Listen, this is what we're going through tonight. And let me turn the music down just a tad bit. And y'all go sub to my sisters over there, man. Y'all go sub to my sisters, man. They do a fantastic job, just like Crush do. And hey, if we all in each other corner, shit, we gonna all survive and eat out here. Hey, that's how I look at it, me personally. But tonight, man, we going through something I thought was really interesting. I watched this interview. I haven't seen it in its entirety. So I'm going to be surprised by some of the things I'm going to hear. I have seen this brother being interviewed before. He was on Vlad TV and whoever else shows, you know. The brother's knowledge on shooting, on what he went through during the Afghan war, right? The even though they still tell us it wasn't a war, we all know it's a war. We got troops over there sniffing shit out, so it's a war. When they said there were weapons of mass destruction, this is one of the people that was sent. We never found those weapons of mass destruction. I'm just saying. Shout out to my brother Cash Crypto in the building, man. Salute the Cash. All I'm saying is as I'm watching this video, and like I said, I done heard multiple things. I said, man, this is prime for Conspiracy Mondays. This is a prime topic to cover. I love every piece of it. We got my brother in the building, straight from Alaska. The one, the only, Cash Crypto is in the building. Cash, what's going on, fam?
What's going on, bro?
Have you heard, real quick, I know me and you kind of talked, but have you heard anything about Nick Irving, quote unquote, the Reaper?
Yeah, I watched some old interviews. I didn't watch this one though.
Hey, this is a good interview too. This is a good one. Let me turn that music down. Music loud. All right. So I want to go ahead and get started into it. Now, I'm just going to be honest with you. We got to do things a little different. We're going to play it in clips or well, not in clips, but I ain't finna let it run too long, because once you let it run long, they be done snatch the whole show down, copyrighted it, gave you a strike, all of that. Shout out to YouTube. And I say that respectfully, YouTube. Anybody listening. But at the same time, y'all out of order. But we're gonna get through some of this video right here. I don't think we'll get through the entire thing, but I definitely want to play this tonight for Conspiracy Mondays, man. All right, let me share my screen. The first thing we're gonna try. Now, I don't know why I'm telling y'all, but it is what it is. The first thing we're gonna try is I'm gonna try to put my what you call it up so you don't see the video in its entirety. But this is the brother right here that we're speaking on. Okay, this is Nick Irving, aka the Reaper, one of the deadliest snipers in quote unquote the history of sniping. Right? So let me do it this way right here. Let's see how this works out. I remove myself. Cash, let me know if you can hear this. Let me turn this all the way down. Cash, can you hear this?
Great to see you, sir. Thank you for being here all the way from...
Yeah, I can hear it.
All right, so the way we'll do it, we'll be, me and Cash, well, I'll be on the screen, and we're going to let the video play just because I don't want, I don't want no strikes, man. I ain't going to lie to you. We trying to be in order over here. So, YouTube, show us some love. All right, here we go. We're going to start with it, and then we're going to jump in and out as far as what we hear and all these type of things. Here
Fair
we go.
use. Fair use. This is for fair use.
Thank you. And we don't own the rights to this material. This is for educational purposes only. Shout out and shout out to this brother right here because he's doing a hell of a job. Julian Dory doing a hell of a job with his podcast and him, or the way that he's bringing these different individuals to talk all type of different conversations. I love all of it. Shout out to my brother David. David, I apologize to you. I gotta apologize to my brother David real quick. David, I fell asleep, man. I went back and I watched the show and I was like, damn, I was about to jump on there and then a nigga fell asleep, man. It was 4:00 in the morning. I'm just telling you the truth. But hey, anytime you want to have that conversation, you know I ain't got no problem with it. I appreciate you over here, and we gotta get you. I get you right, man. You already know it's nothing but love and respect. There we go, right there, bam. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Let me see. Let me get back to where I'm at. All right, there we go. There we go. There we go. All right, so we're gonna play through some of this and then we'll react accordingly.
in Texas.
All good, man. I thank you for having me.
Well,
yeah.
It's our pleasure for sure. I know Alessi and I were both really excited about this. You have been doing, I think I first saw you with like the Business Insider thing. Does that sound right? Where you were like, what a real sniper says about movies.
Yeah.
Something like that.
That's where I pretty much got started. Yeah.
Yeah, that was what, like
2, 3,
4 years ago?
So we're gonna skip some of this stuff. I'm just gonna be honest. Hey, we ain't talking about movie snipers. Want to get into the real meat of the conversation, and so we're gonna start right here. Here we go.
Care for killing anymore? Like I will if I have to. You know, this is gonna sound really like I don't know, hippie-ish. I guess I don't know. I'm just not into killing anymore.
Yeah.
You know, I just don't really care for killing anymore. Like I will if I have to. Like if the family, but I'm a vegetarian. So I know we all have to say it, but no.
This is a safe space.
No, we're good. It's I haven't eaten meat since my son was born in 2016.
Was there a conscious decision?
Yeah.
Like a reason for that?
Yeah. Just became a Rastafari and started following along those paths.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
We'll get there.
All good.
That's a while down the line.
Yeah.
But no, it's interesting because you had a line in your book that really stuck out with me, which I'll fuck up when I try to paraphrase this, right? But it was something like, once you've killed a man, nothing else can really replace that feeling.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah. I agree with that to this day. It's like I remember what it was like to kill people, but like what I think a lot of people don't know or I talk about it a lot is the after effects of it, of that roller coaster of a wave you would ride or I would ride after or while engaging someone. It's like being on like a roller coaster or something like that. You go from this, or probably what it's like shooting a deer. You get this huge rush, just a dump of adrenaline, and pull the trigger, body drops. Like a few seconds after that, it's like, wow, I just killed someone. You go down the roller coaster at that point. Then you hit this weird space. For me, I just hit like a weird space trying to comprehend. And it was, I was young too. It was 18 when I first killed someone. And then
I want to stop there real quick. I've never killed anybody, right? So I can't speak exactly to this. Cash, I don't know if you done killed anybody. I ain't gonna ask that question. But what I will say, for him to describe killing somebody as a roller coaster ride, right? A huge dump of adrenaline. I've shot deer before, rabbits, squirrels. Never killed a pig or a hog before. Never killed a hog. Um, I do kind of understand that to some degree, but I can't like. What's your thoughts on how you kind of just explain killing somebody? What's your What's your thoughts on it?
Man, shit, I don't know, but I ain't never killed nobody, bro. What the fuck?
No, well, I'm saying, have you ever killed anything?
Some spiders and shit with the magnifying glass.
You ain't never shot a deer.
Nope, I'm not into hunting.
Okay. All I'm saying is you do get this certain you get a certain feeling after you've done it. Now I will say, me and my uncle, we had this conversation, and I had asked him, I ain't seen him in a while. I said, man, have you been hunting? Oh, you can't say that. You're right. Unalive. Excuse me, unalived. I apologize. I appreciate you, Todd. But me and my uncle, we had a conversation when I had just seen him, and he was talking about um, hunting a pig, a boar, and when he ended up completing the mission, there were babies that ran off and were looking and trying to, when he's going to collect the trophy, do what he do. He saw all the babies there. He was like, man, that's the last time I'm ever going to shoot anything. It's the last time I'll ever do it. And I never thought of it that way. It's interesting just listen to how he speaks of it, because I will say, man, to take a actual individual, multiple individuals' lives, we're gonna see what happens. Here we go, right here. Shout out, hey, real quick, shout out to my brother. Let's talk about it. Shout out to Dank Father in the building. Absolutely, salute, fam.
And stopped killing people when I was 25. So it was a pretty
Your
good point.
first kill was at 18.
Yeah. I was the youngest guy in my class in basic, and the youngest guy in my class for Ranger selection. So it was, 18.
My whole channel, Ty. You absolutely correct. I'm out of order.
Years old when I was in Iraq, to crit Iraq.
So you came right out of high school. I guess you were young, by just doing math here. You were young for your grade too.
Oh yeah.
Was it the kind of thing where you were still 17 and your parents had to sign you in?
I was 16 when I was 17. I was 16. I went through this baby SEAL. I was in the Navy Sea Cadet Corps in Annapolis, and I went through this Navy. All
right. So his background is his background. We'll flash forward a little bit. Let's get the right. All right, right here. I think this is where it really get interesting.
Yeah.
You talk about like maybe being immature in certain ways in high school, but obviously like overnight,
you have
like,
to.
Ooh,
you have
not
to.
anymore.
Yeah, you signed the contract. We were just talking about it earlier. It's like you sign your life away for a portion of your life. 4 years, there's no getting out of it, unless something, I don't know, medical condition you had come up, or you died or got blown up. That's like the only way you're getting out of a contract. So you're stuck there. I think I don't know. I think I wanted the challenge of doing something like that. It was more so of one to prove my family that I could do it. prove to my dad and my mom that, you know, I might have failed in school, but you know, I'm gonna make it through this thing, you know.
Real quick, so I grew up in a military town. We took the ASVAB, all that kind of stuff. When I went to take the ASVAB, my counselor found out about it. I took it. I still took it. And really, only reason me and all my homies, we all signed up for it. You get out of class. You know what I'm saying? I don't care what I score on it. But she, when she found out I was taking it or whatever, she said, "You're not going to the military." Ripped it up. You're not going to the military. You're going to college. I said, "Damn." Shout out to my brother BC in the building. I said, "Damn." And so I will say, I understand the process as far as going into the military, those type of things. But I thought this part was really interesting. I'm flat footed as well, and so my grandma Jehovah's Witness, she told me if you need to be colorblind, you might be that as well. You're not going to the military. It's not happening. I said, damn, I would have had bone spurs next if necessary. Shout out to Ray Davis in the building as well. Here we go.
You know, so it was a lot to do with that. Just being told or having I might have been telling myself that, you know, whether they wanted or whether they believed in me or not, maybe I made that up. So I did have something to, you know, keep me going, but I also didn't want to come back home to, you know, all the guys and the kids that I grew up with saying, "Hey, I'm going to go do this thing." And they're like, "What are you doing back here?" Or I turned out to be a cook or something like that. You know, nothing wrong with being a cook, but just wasn't what I talked about for all those years.
Yeah, you want to be a man of your word.
Yeah. Cooks are cool though, but.
Did you have friends who wanted to join the military as well, or who did?
No, they all wanted to be drug dealers and drug dealers, man. And all my friends, the guys that I grew up with, have all been to prison, still in prison, are dead.
And I can relate. Not all my friends. A lot of my friends, though, same thing. Even with us having the military base there, having the opportunities and I thought we had plenty of opportunities. Selling drugs. I just saw the other day, probably a week ago, maybe two, two individuals that I went to middle school with, excuse me, and both of them now being prosecuted for fentanyl, methamphetamine, or what's it called, methamphetamines or whatever it's called. All of it. This is what they've been doing, and so I understand when he says something like that. Yeah. Now I definitely understand how individuals, they're not taking advantage of the opportunities that they have. You got to take advantage of those opportunities. Cash, did you grow up, or I don't know what it's like in Alaska? Were your partners like that?
In the streets?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Most of the crew that I was hanging around with at that time. Yeah.
And you made it out.
Yeah.
So you never, it seems like that was never a thought, though, like you're going to go down that road.
Yeah. Like, it was intriguing for a little bit.
It was.
That's all I had was the Army.
Shout out to my brother Five in the building, man. Salute to my brother Five, man. What's going on, G? Hey, been missing you, man. You gotta go live for me, man. Been missing you, my brother. Shout out to my brother Five, man. Much love and respect.
I told my wife about this, and like, if I didn't join the Army, have the military, like, I would have been in prison, yeah, for doing stupid stuff. Yeah, probably would have killed somebody, more than likely, where I grew up at.
Why do you say that? You would have killed somebody?
I was a hothead, man. Like, it was I was a hothead, yeah. And just the guys that I hung around, they've killed people. So it was just probably a matter of time before I was going to get the same opportunity, if you want to call it that. But my sister's friends, same situation. Like, when I just left the army or to go to the army, we had this park behind my neighborhood, and there was this guy I used to hang out with, went to school with, and he was friends with my sister. But one day he just decided he said, "Hey, I want to catch a body." It was like a thing back then. So he went to the park, waited out in the park, and just waited for the next jogger to come by and shot him up. So it was like that. Yeah.
And that's someone you grow up with, you think you know, and then.
Oh, I always knew he was like that. Like, everybody was like that back then. We're like not scared to do stuff like that, just to build up street cred.
Yeah, but I'm like, that's not like, oh, I killed like a rival dealer or something. This
is just somebody
just blowing someone away.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's weird. Happened a few times in that little park. So that was my option: stay there, get in trouble, or join the military and see what happens.
So you go hard the other way. You join the military. You go into training, and like we said, I think it was like 6 months the initial training. So you're still 18. You make it through. Wasn't it like something like 12 guys made it or something like that out of 80? Did I make that up?
No, almost close. 6 from the original class. We had 7 total make it out of like 85 guys in the Ranger selection. So it's like a 14-week basic training boot camp in Georgia. Then you do a 3-week, I believe.
Shout out to Georgia, man. Shout out to Georgia.
Airborne school. I think it's 3 weeks.
You hated that shit.
Oh, yeah. Scared of heights, man. My dad was taking me up on ladders before it was time to join the Army, like 10-foot ladders, just to try to get over this fear of heights thing.
So you wanted to be a sniper?
Yeah.
That shoots from heights sometimes?
Yeah. A sniper that's scared of bugs, too. I don't like bugs.
I don't fuck with bugs either.
Yeah, so
I'm not a sniper.
Yeah, different. You got to be smart and dumb, man, at the same time. 3 weeks of airborne, then it was basic airborne. Then I went to the selection, and at that time was about a little over a month.
What was the hardest part of that?
All of it, man.
All of it.
It was Monday through Monday. Every day was the same. Just a beat down of how much can your body take. It was just one big beat down.
Real quick, has anybody in the chat, Cash? I don't know, Cash. Were you in the military?
Nah, nope.
Has anybody in the chat been in the military? What is that experience like? I've heard. Once again, we hearing this story right here. This is him going to become a Ranger. But at the same time, I've heard multiple stories that there's some assholes in the military. Well, there's assholes everywhere. In the military, I mean, it's just a. We got my brother in the building. I believe my brother was in the. D Free, man, what's going on? The master debater is in the building. Shout out to my brother Free. Free, what's going on?
What's good?
Were you in the military?
Yeah, I was a combat engineer and airborne ranger sniper.
Hold on, you was a sniper too?
Yeah.
Amazing. So now this guy, he a ranger sniper. But you said you was a ranger too?
Yeah, I was an airborne ranger, combat engineer.
So y'all had, I ain't gonna say the same level of qualification. I don't know. Break it down for me. How do you, as far as what he went through, what you went through, were y'all the same position, or break it down?
Well, I don't know what his MOS is. But like I said, I was a combat engineer. My MOS, basically, we did recon. We was the front line before infantry. We went out and cleared minefields so infantry could go across and do what they had to do. But like I said, I was also an airborne ranger, which was similar to that. It's the Army version of like Navy SEALs and stuff like that. It's the Army's version of that. And you had to go, like he said, you had to go through training class for that. And it basically, they push you to the limit. It's like you literally out there surviving off of the land. You got to catch what you want to eat. You got to go out and it's all kinds of stuff you have to go through. But it's pushing the strong people forward and eliminating the weak.
Now he just brought up a point. He said it was like 85 people who started with them, and only 6 end up remaining. Right? Was it the same for you?
Not that it wasn't that small of a people that ended to be airborne ranger. I think I started off with probably somewhere around 75 people, and we ended up with somewhere probably like around 25.
Okay. Real quick, and he's gonna go through some of the things, but I want to hear your what did you go through as far as like to for you to have to be a part of that small group that makes it through.
I
What
mean,
did y'all like? What were y'all going through?
I
What were
mean,
y'all doing to train your mind, train your body, all that kind of stuff?
like
What was going on?
it's like say like normally do normal PT and stuff like that. This one was a little more strenuous. Like you literally would be out there in the hot middle of the hot day. It might be pouring down raining. You out there still going through your PT. Nothing stops you. You don't stop for anything. You're going through all types of weather. You're doing everything that you were supposed to be doing. So like a normal basic training, you might not do certain things because of the weather. It doesn't allow you to do certain things because it's not as strenuous as going through ranger school. Now you're still doing majority of the stuff, but if it's lightning and thundering and stuff like that, certain things you might not do. They might put off because it depends. Like we might be going through an obstacle course, they'll put it off that day, and we'll come back the next day and do it because of the weather is too bad. Because you're in basic training, you're not actually a soldier. You're a soldier to a certain extent because you still have to pass basic training to become an actual soldier.
Right.
So if you don't pass basic training, you're not a soldier. So they'll put certain things off because you're not an actual soldier just yet. But with a ranger school, you're a soldier. You're already past basic training. You already been to your regular duty station. Like to be a ranger, you have to sign up to be a ranger. It's not something that they just go out and say, "Hey, we're gonna make you an airborne ranger." No, you literally got to go sign up and qualify as a ranger. So this is something that you asked to do on your own.
Amazing.
You jumped out of planes, bro?
Huh?
You jumped out of planes?
Well, not planes, helicopters. I rappelled out of helicopters. I mean, I did jump out of a plane a couple times in airborne ranger school. When you got to go to airborne school, I did jump out of plane a couple of times, but for the most part, you're rappelling out of helicopters.
Man, that's dope.
Shout out to my brother in the building, man. Ace 25. Hey, that's my bro right there. Literally, he's literally my brother. So shout out to my brother, man. All right, we're gonna keep the interview going right here.
Every day was we would lose so many, a few guys every day. A few guys. The most I've ever seen drop out was like 20, 30 guys at one time. And that was just, we were cold. It was outside. We hadn't slept in like 3 days. So it was a big demoralizer. But I would feed off of guys that were quitting because it's like, dude, I'm still here.
Right.
You got to feed off of it. So
how do you perform not sleeping for 3 days?
That's what it shows. Who's the strong ones and who's the weak ones. The ones that's strong, they can keep their body motivated to keep going. The ones that's weak, they're gonna quit. They're gonna be like, man, I can't do it no more.
Amazing. All right, here we go.
I would always look for the next person to quit. And yeah, because I was always on the verge of quitting. Every day, man. Waking up, you're back. I was feeling like I was 80 years old, going through it. And I'm like, I don't know how guys continue to do this, man. And you run a lot, 6, 8, 12 miles a day. You're doing, push-ups till your arms fall off. It's just a big smoke fest, man. Big smoke fest for like a month.
Did you still come in there like, when you're 18, you're not filled out yet. So are you coming in there like pretty lanky, and then suddenly like,
dude, I was 98 pounds, bro, when I graduated high school. Yeah, dude, 98.
Bro, my son right now, this nigga is 10, and this man weighs 74 pounds.
Yeah, no. Like when I went into the basic training, I came in at like 150 pounds. I was straight out of high school. I was 18 years old. I literally had just graduated high school May of 94. I went into basic training October 10th of 1994. So I had literally just graduated high school. I went in at 150 pounds. By the time I finished basic training, I was 195 pounds, all muscle, because you doing push-ups, crunches, crabs, lunges. You're doing all types of PT. Anytime you get in trouble, what it's called is they're going to smoke you. And when you get smoked, you outside doing push-ups, crunches, sit-ups, lunges, 6 inches. That's what they call smoking, because you got in trouble. They can't put their hands on you, so they take you out there and make you do all types of exercise until you fall out, or until they get tired and say, okay, now y'all stand up. All right, everybody up, and then y'all go into the barracks or whatever. But when I got into, like I said, when I finished basic training, when I started basic training, I was 150 pounds. By the time I finished basic training, I was 195, all muscle. By the time I finished my airborne ranger school, I was 146 pounds exactly. 146 pounds.
You lost 50 pounds at ranger school?
Yeah, because like he said, you're out there, might not sleep for 2 or 3 days. Sometimes you might not eat in a day. You might not eat that day. It all depends on what's going on, because you might be going through a test which is similar to a mission where you don't have time to take a break and go get something to eat. Or sometimes you might have to stand, like it's a log that they'll make you hold, and you have to hold that log. If somebody dropped that log, you got to pick that log back up. You have to hold that log until they tell you when they want you to stop. Like he said, you might not sleep for 3 days. You literally will be out there working, doing all types of strenuous exercise or whatever have you for those 3 days. So you might get something to eat, you might not.
Now, because I haven't been through it, and I don't want to make this a D-free interview, but we could do that too. I want to ask, what was your motivation to keep going?
There was something I wanted to do. I wanted to be my father was a drill instructor. My biological father, before he passed, he was a drill instructor. My stepfather, my mother got remarried. My stepfather was a master sergeant in the Air Force. He was a pilot, a fighter pilot in the Air Force. So my father's brother, which was he wasn't a captain at my platoon, but he was captain of a platoon in Fort Hood, where I was stationed at. He was an airborne ranger, and so I always looked at them as the type of soldier that I wanted to be. And being though my father was a drill instructor and my uncle was a airborne ranger, a captain, I was like, man, I want to do what my uncle's doing. He had the same MOS I had. He was a combat engineer. He was a airborne ranger, and he was a captain. I was like, man, I want to do what he did. And so I kept pushing myself.
Hey, real quick, man, shout out to Uncle Shelton in the building, man. What up, Unc?
Shelton.
Hold on, you just muted yourself. Okay, you good.
Yo, what up? What's up with y'all, man? What y'all talking about?
Man, we it's Conspiracy Mondays, man.
Okay.
We talking about the Reaper.
Nick Irving?
Yeah, Nick Irving.
You talking about Nick Irving?
Absolutely.
I was
listening to his
same
interview. And D Free, he was just speaking on Ranger School, that type of thing. Uncle Shelton, were you in the military?
Yes, I was.
Okay, well, and like you said, MOS. What was your job in the military? Respectfully.
11 Bravo.
What? Break that down. I don't know what that means.
Infantry.
Oh, you was on the front lines?
Yeah.
Guess what unit I was in?
I had to clear the
What
way
unit?
for him.
Guess what unit I was in, Mr. Brightside?
What unit? What unit?
10th Mountain Division, 75th Ranger Regiment.
Oh, you was a ranger too.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Free, he done kind of broke down his experience. You know what I'm saying? He said, correct me if I'm wrong, Free. Man was damn near 185, 190 pounds going into Ranger School, came out 150 pounds,
Yeah.
145 pounds. Was that your same experience?
Yes, because what happens is, see, to be a ranger, rangers aren't built for muscle. They're built for endurance. That's the difference between the regular soldier and a ranger or Green Beret or Spec Op guy. They're
I
all
want
built
to
for endurance.
Nick Irving gets into this conversation. I don't know if it's on this one or the next interview that he had, but he speaks about how the Navy SEALs, right? Some of the SEALs they didn't rock with the Rangers like that. Free Uncle Shelton, since y'all had the experience, what's y'all thoughts on the Navy SEALs?
Yeah, I mean it's the same. I mean, I ain't gonna say is any type of animosity. We just look at Rangers look at themselves as better than the Navy SEAL. Navy SEAL look at themselves as better than the Rangers, and the Marines has their own group too. I forgot what they're called. But we all
Recon
look at
Marines.
ourselves as
Recon. Those are the Force Recon. You talking about Force Recon?
yeah,
D Free.
yeah. We all look at ourselves as the better
The elite.
version of the other group. But on a mission, we all come together and complete that mission when we have to. But we all just look at ourselves better. Like the Army and the Marines look at the Air Force and the Navy as more of pencil pushers. Like, because we're the ones that's on the ground in the front line for the vast majority. The Air Force, yeah, they got ground troops too, but not as extent as the Marines and the Army. The Navy, of course, they got some ground troops too, but same like the Air Force, not as extent to the Army and the Marines. So we look
We
at
would
them as
expect that
pistol pushers.
as a civilian. I would say I would look at it. I'm like, okay, I would expect the individuals who are the quote unquote Air
Our
Force.
job was to go in there and get the SEALs out of the jam.
Say that again?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so as a civilian, and like I said, I live by Air Force base. So we expect the Air Force to control the air, the Navy to control the water, and the Army going to control the land. That's how I would look at it, right? So
yeah,
I wouldn't expect the Air Force, and I've heard the same thing. I remember breaking it down earlier when I was speaking on the ASVAB. When I took it, it was more for the Air Force because this is who we have in our area. You know what I'm saying? We have the second largest Air Force base in the continental United States, and
Yeah.
so because of that, then you know they're pushing you toward the Air Force, but you always hear that stigma of, nah, man, hey, if you go to the Air Force is the easy route. That's the easy route. That's what they
Yeah.
always tell you.
no, because use your Google. Use your Google, right? They got some bad motherfuckers in the Air Force too. They call Air Force Pararescue.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like I said, each branch have their own special forces. When you got like I said, you got the Marines. They have their own special force. You got the Army. They have their own special force. The Navy and the Air Force. Each one have their own special forces. I believe the Air Force is the. I'm sorry. The Marines is the Green Berets. The Green Berets is the Marines. The Army is the Rangers. The Navy is the Navy SEALs, and the Air Force. I can't remember their names, but each one has their own special forces.
Air Force is Air Force. That the special forces for the Air Force is Air Force Pararescue.
Pararescue. Okay.
Yeah.
Air Force Paratrooper Rescue.
Well,
They go to SEAL school. They go to Buds. They go to Ranger school. They go to Jungle school. They do everything we do.
Real quick, man. A lot of folks, and shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to Two Cent in the building. Shout out to Shawash. Great show, sis. I got the notifications on. Y'all make sure y'all go sub to my sis, man. Shawash, she doing a hell of a job over there. And y'all make sure y'all go show her love. And like I said, we got multiple people in the chat saying thank y'all, man. Thank y'all for the service that y'all did to the country. And
we appreciate the thanks. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. G5 said the Delta Force is out there. Shout out to Philip H in the building.
But we can't talk about them because see, Delta Force is picked from all the elite branches of service, from the Rangers, Navy SEALs, Marine Corps Force Recon, Air Force Pararescue.
Yeah, that's when they put all of them together. Yeah, that's when they put
and they
all
make
together.
the Delta Force.
Hey, man, real quick. We got a special guest, man. And I keep telling y'all, I say, hey, this is my brother right here. Literally. I call y'all my brothers all the time. This is literally my brother. This is my son's uncle right here. Shout out to my brother, man. Ace in the building. Ace, what's going on, fam?
What up, Dub? What up, Dub?
How you feeling?
I'm feeling good. How you feeling?
Man, you already know what it is, man. You already know
I'm
what it is.
I'm probably out of order right now, but I got a shout out.
We're going to call you out of order. We're going to call you out of order, of course.
It's all good. Salute to all these fellas that's on here that served in the armed forces. I lived on Goodfellow Air Force Base, so I understand some things, but I'm an Army brat. Lived in Germany a little bit, and I've been around town a couple of times. Never served myself, but I understand what y'all are talking about. And for the first time, I can actually see some topics I could speak on just a little bit. So I just want to get out here and just say, thank you for your service for all the gentlemen that's on here and everybody that's supporting the armed forces. Appreciate what you're doing and what you have done.
We appreciate it.
Veterans.
Y'all don't know, this is my brother. Real quick. Give me 1 second. I'm coming right back to you. Picasso, you got two channels in the back, man. I don't know which one is you. You gotta let one of them go and I'll bring you up. You already know what it is, Picasso, but you can't have two back there, man. What you want me to do? The oldest man living. And I say that respectfully to Picasso.
Hey, let me ask a question. D Free, what was you, a combat engineer?
Yeah, I was a combat engineer, 12 Bravo.
Oh, okay. So you cleared the road. You cleared the road for us.
Yeah, that's what I said. I cleared the way for y'all. I made it so y'all can get through.
Shout out to my brother Picasso, man. Picasso, welcome to the show, my brother. Give me your opening statements.
Hey, thank you very much, everybody on the panel. Appreciate you letting me in here on this conversation here.
Mm-hmm.
How y'all doing?
No problem, brother. We good. How you doing, man?
I'm pretty good. Hey, I want to give y'all my MOSs. I was a 19th Delta Cavalry Scout in the Texas Army National Guard. 8th and 112th.
Hold on. You said you were a what? Say that again.
19th Delta Cavalry Scout.
Okay, what does that? All right, so what does that mean? What did
Cavalry
you do?
Scout? That's an infantryman that rides in the ATV. Cav Scout. He goes in front, scout it out, tell us where the enemy is.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing.
Yep, got out the enemy, get the information, and bring it back.
Yeah, he's like a spot. He's a spotter. He goes out and let us know where everybody, where the situation's going on up front, and then we go out and take care of what we need to take care of.
Thank you for your service, brother.
Oh, I appreciate y'all joining in, standing up there beside us. All right. Hey, check this out. I got another MOS. It's that 19 Delta Cavalry Scout. I wasn't even old enough to be in there, but I had a chaperone, so I was training before I got out of high school. But when I did get out of high school, I went on Fort Knox and all that, and got my what was it? I didn't get my 19 Delta. I didn't get my 91 Alpha medical specialist because they wasn't doing nothing but fighting in there. But I later on when they got.
Hold on, say it again.
Who went out?
He went out.
Picasso, are you there?
Okay, can y'all hear me now?
No, no, you
Yeah,
good. Go ahead. You said you got
Yeah,
you didn't get your
91
medical
Alpha, because
right.
they was
91 Alpha.
medical specialists, because they were always they
Fighting.
was just fighting in there doing Desert Storm because they said they didn't even have to send us over there. That class I was in. So what they did, everybody was just getting recycled left and right, and just because they were just hanging out fighting, like just like they in the streets, but they was on base. But the thing was is that I later on left there, and went to Fort Sill, and got my 13
Oklahoma.
Bravo. Yes, sir.
Artillery.
Mhm.
That's it.
Hey,
They I don't know if that's special forces or not, but they don't they don't
No,
they
no,
don't treat them like that no more.
you guys are like 4 or 5 miles behind the line and bombing the shit out their ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, they was.
See, them
All
88s
you
and them
saw them
105
sending
millimeter howitzers. Them 88
Yes.
millimeter and them 105 millimeter howitzers.
Yeah, them 8-inch houses and them 109s and all that, them tow missiles on them tracks and
Yeah.
all that. Yeah.
now,
Um,
now, now we call this a conspiracy show, but I just want y'all to understand this ain't no conspiracy going on. This is actual facts that was going
Hey,
on out
hey,
here.
Dub, I'm gonna tell you right now, my MOS at a time of war, my MOS, my life expectancy was only 12 minutes.
Huh?
We had to go clear the minefields, so we in front of
Hold
infantry.
on, wait a minute. Did you say wait before you tell me what you were doing? Did you say 12 minutes?
Yeah, my life expectancy during wartime was only 12 minutes. Well,
What do you
basically,
think the life expectancy of an
basically
Army
what it,
Ranger was, Dub?
yeah,
Hold on,
basically
hold on.
what that means, Dub. What that mean is
You getting
we
killed
have
in the
to.
first 12 minutes of the war.
No, what that means is we have 12 minutes to do what we got to do. After that 12 minutes, they expect us to be dead. That's what that means.
Amazing.
We have 12 minutes. If you don't do it in 12 minutes, they expect you to be dead. So you got to get in, do what you got to do, get back to the track, and pull out, and
Did they
then
did they tell
set
you
off
this
the torpedoes.
before you signed up? Did they tell you this?
Not
No,
before I
they tell
signed
you this
up.
in training.
They
They tell
told
you
me
this
this
in
when I
training.
got in basic training. When I got the
They
basic
tell you this
training,
in
but
training.
when I signed up, no, they said all I was going to be doing was building bridges. But then when I got the
Yeah.
basic training, they was like, "Nah, man, what you talking about? You clear minefields." I was
What?
like, "Oh, I
Hold
didn't
on.
sign up for
Hold on.
this."
Wait a minute. I just gotta ask, how do you when they say you clear a minefield, I say this respectfully, it sounds like they're trying to blow your ass up.
No, what we blow up the minefield. What we do is we set out a torpedo. A torpedo is a probably about 13-foot long explosive. We have to put it together, slide it out, put another piece on, slide it out, put another piece on, and then we put a fuse on it. We put a fuse on it, and we go back to our track, light the fuse, and then it goes down, and we got when we light the fuse, we have to get roughly 150 meters away because the back blast it goes up to 150 meters. So we have to get
Okay.
150 meters away.
Yeah.
Once we get out of the way and that fuse goes off, it explodes the entire minefield. So we have roughly probably about 25 tracks that goes down at the same time. Once we locate where the minefield, 25 tracks will go down. We jump out the back of the track, lay the torpedo down. We all light the fuse at the same time. We hop in the track and we roll out. That whole landmine, the whole field of landmines will explode at the same time. You'll just see it, boom, 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 all the way down. Once it finished, we say clear. Infantry comes right behind us and go right through.
that's some wild
Amazing.
And
stuff.
you know who's got the shorter life expectancy than them?
Who?
Is the guys who go before D3 and them. They call them mine sweepers. They got to find the mine.
Yeah.
That's crazy, bro. It's crazy work to be.
I
And
got
I
one more
say
MOS.
respectfully. Well,
I
I
got one
said
more
respect.
MOS.
I got you. But it's crazy work for, and I never thought of it this way, but the way y'all breaking it down, to have individuals going out there knowing I'm in a damn minefield. I gotta find the mine so we can blow these motherfuckers up, and so we can move forward. Bro, that's crazy
Right.
work. That's crazy work. I never
For
thought
an
about
18,
that.
19-year-old kid, for an 18, 19-year-old kid, yes, it is.
Hey, you know who else?
Yeah,
You know
that's
who else
crazy work.
had the same MOS that I had?
Who?
BFTD. He had the same MOS.
BF?
Yep, he had the same MOS.
Amazing. Shout out to BF, man. Go ahead,
And
Picasso. Go ahead.
those torpedoes you talk about, they call Bangalore torpedoes. They put them together.
Bangalore torpedoes. Yep.
And for the audience, hey, we not promoting war or anything like that. YouTube, we not promoting anything like it. We getting brothers' experiences. That's all we trying to do over here. Shout out to YouTube. Go ahead, Picasso. What was your other MOS?
Yeah, I think you really got to say that because when Wesley Snipes was over there training people on his property, they got him for tax evading or whatever. But you know, he was training some
I done
people
paid
on
my
his,
taxes. I done paid my taxes.
Yeah. My other MOS was you know, when I kept saying I was flunking the 91 Alpha after the 13 Bravo, I later went on and got my 91 Bravo advanced medical specialist.
Medic.
That was in Austin, Fort Camp Mabry.
Fort Sam Houston.
Yep.
Fort Sam Houston.
Fort Camp Mabry in Austin. Fort Sam Houston was the 91 Alpha. All those. That's like one of the biggest medical. You know, I don't need
That's
to
the
tell
medics.
everybody. Yeah.
Got to have Doc with us.
That one
And
right
Doc,
there in San Antonio.
Doc got to go to Ranger School. Doc got to go to Jungle School. Doc got to go to all schools we go with because he got to roll with us.
They got another one right there in San Antonio as well.
Real quick, let me ask this question. Speaking as a medic, like you said, Doc, Uncle Shelton, what are doctors, those individual, the medics out there, were they killers too like that? They was cut like that too?
Yeah,
if they didn't want to die, they were.
They go through basic training. They go through basic training just like everybody else goes through basic training. The only difference is once you finish basic training is the same for everybody. At least in the army, basic training is the same for everybody. It doesn't change until you get the AIT. Once you get the AIT, that's when everything changes. You start learning about your job.
I did it twice. Basic training.
But if they attach you to a Ranger unit or an infantry unit, you got to go through all the training that the infantrymen go through because you got to roll with them.
Yeah.
And then that would make me a special forces medic.
Yes, it would.
Amazing.
Well,
so as a medic, Picasso, as a medic, did you carry? Did you carried the pistol on you? Well, not I ain't saying
motherfucking Ranger did.
Yeah.
You carried everything on you, right?
Yeah.
As well as the medical equipment.
As a regular soldier, even though you might be just a regular, you can be a cook, you can be whatever you are as a regular soldier. Every soldier has to learn how to give an IV. So you literally will practice on giving an IV to your foxhole buddy, and your foxhole buddy will practice giving an IV to you. A real IV. You practice on how to give an IV. You practice on how to do tourniquets, and it's something else that you practice on. You got to go through a medical portion of your basic training as well as a regular soldier.
Got to know how to put the close up a second chest wound. You got to know how to put the bandage on. You got to know how to do all that.
Yes. Okay, what you got for me?
All the way down to the weapon. I was just bringing to your attention, Dub. I don't even know this, but I don't know if you noticed, but moms and pops, they went through the same situation.
Yeah, I did notice. I know that. I do know that.
That's wild, right?
That's crazy.
You gotta know, because in the army, you know what your main job is. No matter what your MOS is, you know what your job is, right?
What's the job?
You are an infantryman.
No.
Okay. Regardless.
Ain't that blue ribbon?
It's the same as the Marines.
That's that light blue ribbon.
Yeah, we all are infantry because we are ground troops. We're ground troops, so we're all considered infantry. But you might have an MOS as a medic, as a cook, as a doctor, as a clerk, or whatever. But your overall, all that falls under your infantry because you're a ground troop.
Now I gotta say this. My partner, he a mechanic, right? He a mechanic in the air. Well, he was he out the Air Force now. but he used to be a mechanic in the Air Force, right?
Right.
And I told him, I said, bro, so what happened if y'all get overran? You got to go out there and fight. He said, look, they told me if I got to get out there and fight, then we done already lost. We done already lost.
Yeah.
I was telling you the other day, Dub, when we were talking about how these officers now when they shoot to disarm, where they supposed to shoot to disarm, and I told you the difference between a police officer and a military soldier. A police officer shoot to disarm. A military soldier shoot to kill. It's one shot, one kill. So they only have one shot. You have to be accounted for at a time. In a time of war, you're accounted for every round you have. So you have to make that one round count. One shot, one kill.
I got another one for you.
Hold on, real quick. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, good. I want to say medics are off limits. If you see that Red Cross looking patch on our shoulder, on your arm, we're off limits. They don't really supposed to shoot at us, but we always been told they will.
What you mean they ain't? Hold on, it's war. What you mean they ain't gonna shoot at you?
You know what we're trained to do? Hold on, Dub. You know what we trained to do? When we go into contact, you know who we looking for first?
Who is that? The medics?
The medic.
No.
You know why we want to kill the medic?
So
you know why we want to kill the medic?
They can't help nobody.
You want to kill the medic. You want to kill the medic because it demoralizes the enemy.
Yeah.
Now, it's crazy work. So this brother right here in this it's not this interview, and he may say it in this interview, but he had another interview and he spoke on if you had an individual carrying an AK-47, a child, and a priest there, we would train to shoot the priest. Why? Because it demoralizes. Yeah. He brought that out.
Yeah,
he brought that out. He definitely brought that out.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you another thing. Like you said, that it's war. You suppose it shouldn't be any rules. There's rules to war.
That is true.
But rules of engagement.
Like, I'm gonna tell you a rule that I heard when I first was in basic training that they told me, and I was like, that's dumb as hell. And they were like, no, that's part of the rules. You're not supposed to do it. It's called you're not allowed to booby trap bodies. Like if an enemy soldier, you takes out an enemy soldier because you know that they're gonna come and pick up their fallen soldier.
And you set them up.
Come. You can't set that body as a booby trap.
And this is and D-Free. This is why people y'all gonna call me crazy. This is why we need the CIA, because the CIA they booby trapping all the bodies. Yeah. They putting the bomb right up under them when you roll the body over.
But the difference between the CIA and the military is the CIA.
They don't have rules of engagement.
Yeah, they're not at war.
Yeah,
we are at war. So at war, there's rules to war.
That's why
the CIA doesn't have.
Do you know what the rules of war are called?
No, call them out for me.
It's the Geneva Convention. It was signed in Geneva in 1945.
That's what I was
says out the rules of combat.
And that's when you can be that they followed that so they can call individuals war criminals and those type of things. They follow those rules from Geneva. I do agree with that. If you break the Geneva Convention rules while you're in combat, you know what happened to you? What can happen to you? You can be shot. Supposedly,
you can be shot.
I don't know if it's ever has that ever happened. I don't know if that's ever happened though.
Of course
it has happened. Yeah, it has happened. Yes.
Okay.
Of course it happened.
Yes.
All right, so hold on. We got to get back to the video. Because I want y'all opinion on what the brother brings up. Let me get everybody's last statements before we start the video back up. We'll spin the block accordingly. We start with my brother, man. Hey, I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm biased. You damn right I'm biased. This is my brother. Ace, we starting with you. We going to Picasso. We going to Uncle Shelton. We going to D-Free. Then we're gonna start the video back up. Ace, you got anything?
No, I ain't got nothing. I appreciate the respect, man. Keep it moving.
Picasso, what you got?
One of the other rules, you can't shoot somebody with a 50 caliber bullet. And I'm gonna pass it on.
People shoot with 50 caliber. Never. We're gonna get into it. And I believe
you're not supposed to engage troops with a 50 cal. Not supposed to. You can engage their vehicle. But you're not supposed to
Now,
engage
now,
individual
now,
troops.
There we go.
Dub. Now, the difference between a 50 caliber on the streets and a 50 caliber in the military is two different things.
No, I agree with that. I agree. A 50 cal, sniper bullet, something like that. Militarily speaking, that should have ripped the whole half your body off. You understand?
Listen,
so I understand
I can
what
shoot
you're
at
saying.
you with a 50 cal and miss you and still
And
rip your
still
arm
kill
off.
you. Yeah, exactly. I
And
agree.
still rip your arm off.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Let's get back to the video. Y'all let me know if y'all can hear it.
And
Yeah, we good.
All right.
After basic, it was the first time I ever had 3 meals in a day. So basic training, I bumped up to 135. Then
you weren't working with much.
No,
Easy
no.
to get up there.
yeah. 2 glasses of water, man.
I can't believe it.
Good.
I bet the army, like, you walk through the door after they recruited you, they're like, I can't. We got to see this shit.
Yeah, bro. 135 in basic. After I graduated, went to Ranger selection. I went to after Ranger selection or after airborne and then Ranger selection, I bumped up to 155. And I stayed and I still hover around like 155 to 170, depending.
What are you, like 5'10"?
I wish, bro. Right. I used to be before I had a bad accident, jumping out of a plane, collapsed bro.
Listen, you should have gone with that. No, I was buying it.
No, man. 5'7", bro. 5'7".
Hey, real quick, we all talk boxing all the time. 5'7", 150. Once again, I say this respectfully. That's a small motherfucker, man.
Yeah, that's very small.
Free, how tall you is?
I'm 5'10".
Okay, 5'10". Uncle Shelton, how tall you is? OG, you on mute. We're gonna come back to OG. Picasso, how tall you is?
5'8".
5'8". What you
5'7", 5'9". He's 5'9". I'm 5'9". He's 5'7", 155. And he will kill you in a million different ways.
No, I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree. He's deadly. Deadly to the motherfucker.
That size don't mean nothing.
5'8" over here, and you already know my situation. It'll be a problem.
Shout out to my brother, man. Hey, 5'8" on a good day, man. I say that respectful. All right, here we go. So the brother 5'7", 155, deadly than a motherfucker, though. Here we go.
Deadly.
All right.
Deadly.
5'7", 155, though.
It's pushing some weight.
Yeah, you're a unit.
Yeah, it's up there a little bit.
I've seen some bouncers at that size.
Bruh. Oh man. All I say is the Nick. Never mind. I don't even want to get into it.
No, because what he's gonna, you know what he's gonna do to you, Dub? The first thing he's gonna do is he's gonna rip your eyeball out.
I got you.
No, we all are, especially as a ranger, but all military are taught some form of martial art. But as a ranger, you're taught more hand-to-hand combat because there's a greater chance that you will have to do hand-to-hand combat.
Agreed.
So we're taught martial arts to a full extent. That's why a lot of times you see military guys tend to walk away from fights more often than actually get into a fight because they know what they can actually do to a normal civilian.
I don't want no smoke, Free. Look.
You know,
I don't want no smoke.
I appreciate you actually saying that. Most people that you know that is trained in martial arts trained, whether it's in the military or outside the military, you will see them walk away from a fight faster than you would see anybody try a fight because you know what you're capable of.
And don't let me tell you why.
Real quick. Hold on, real quick. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you exactly why. Hold on, Uncle Shelton. Don't let him fool you. The man is a black belt, so I'm just saying, don't let the man fool you. When he
no, I'm gonna tell you why though. You know why we walk away? Because we know.
I know
for a fact that you are not prepared to take this shit where I'm finna take it.
And when I take it there, it's gonna be a problem for me later. I'm just gonna tell you.
Yeah.
The problem for you is already there, but for you, it's gonna be even worse. So at the end of the day, it's best for me to walk away because you don't know what I'm about to put on you.
And that's why I don't
You
want
want
no
my
smoke.
perspective?
I don't want no smoke.
You want my perspective? I'm gonna tell you my perspective.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on, real quick. Uncle Shelton, you at the airport?
No, I am at a PTSD course in Palo Alto, California.
Oh, okay. Hey, well, we hit an intercom, so I say that respectfully. Go ahead, Picasso.
Yeah.
On my perspective, the reason why you will see somebody walk away is because, and I'm not just saying me, but I'm not gonna get into a fight with you unless I want to kill you.
Once again, I don't
I
want no
mean,
smoke.
at,
I don't
at,
want
see,
no
at the
smoke.
end of the day, at the end of the day, at the end of the day, that's the stakes that's at hand, you know. And a lot of people misunderstand that. And I think that either whether you're a veteran or whether you have martial arts training or equivalent, I think that people misunderstand that sometimes. And a lot of times, I always tell people when you pick up a gun and you feel like you're gonna do something, um, you still don't know what you're dealing with. When somebody looks at you and say, "Really, you gonna bring that to this fight?" You really don't know what you're dealing with. You don't know what that person's training. And I always say it's best to just walk away when you have martial arts training because you know what you're capable of.
Man, I don't and I say it respectfully. I don't give a damn about no martial art. It's best to walk away in general. I don't want no smoke, bro. You know what? You're right. Uh, uh, uh. Now, if you owe me money, that's a whole nother situation. But outside of that piece of it, I don't want no smoke, man. I'm not gonna argue with you. Matter of fact, you got it. I'm everything you're gonna say I am. Yep, I'm all of that. That's fine. I don't want no smoke. I got too much to live for in life. And so I just think, man, you don't know people's backgrounds, and especially listen to how Uncle Shelton, D. Free, Ace, Picasso, how y'all speaking on it. Shit, hey, I don't want no. It's best just to go ahead, get the hell on, go and do your thing instead of worrying about what somebody else got going on or what they say. Nah, get the hell on out the way, man. Get out the way, and hey, like I always tell my son, hey, bro, what you don't want no smoke, man. And now if it's a game, if it's basketball, now I want all the smoke in basketball. But as far as hand combat, physical, nah, I'm good. Cause only two things can happen: you win, I win, and then if I win, lawsuits and jail and assault and all this other kind of shit come up. Nah, I'm good. I'm good on all of it. It's no, I'm good. I'm good. All right, here we go.
98 pounds graduating, and the lowest I've ever been in the Army was after Ranger School. And I think you may be thinking about Ranger School. That is a 62-day long course, but I spent 80 plus days in there because I failed the first portion of it. I had to recycle it. I failed. It's called Derby phase. So it's like the very first phase in Ranger School. You have Derby phase.
Are y'all familiar with Derby phase?
Yeah.
What is Derby phase before he speak on it? If y'all want to talk about it, we can let him talk about it. It's up to y'all.
It's basically the entry level of Ranger School. You're getting introduced to Ranger School, and before the actual hard courses actually start.
Yeah, you got Ranger selection. Then you go to RIP. RIP is called Ranger Indoctrination Program. That's 9 months.
So is that the same as is RIP the same as Derby?
Yes.
Okay. Here we go.
Then you have a mountain phase and you have a Florida swamp phase. And I failed the first portion and then had to do it again and went all the way through after that. But I lost almost 40 pounds, 35, 40 pounds in
that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Came back and put it back on before that deployment in like a month. Yeah. But we were also during that time, we were on some stuff too to help out with that.
You were on some stuff.
Everybody was.
Like Toradol?
Like you name it. Yeah. That's
what y'all was taking.
I was taking water and eggs.
Toradol. You took Toradol. You took what's that shit called, D Free? Those those shots. Start with a C. You know what I'm talking about.
What was the question again? Because I was doing
What were y'all
They
on
talk about the
as far
meds
as
that we took, the
the med
Toradol and the
to get through the Ranger
Cortisone.
school?
cortisone shots. Yeah, cortisone and
Yeah,
Toradol.
yeah.
That's what we do.
Okay. So Toradol, I've heard both used from a basketball perspective and an NFL perspective.
Yeah.
Toradol, a painkiller more or less, and then a cortisone shot. Correct me if I'm wrong. A cortisone shot is supposed to it's damn it ain't a pain reliever, but it's supposed to secure the joints or whatever it does.
Yeah, it seals you, and it's what Toradol does. It's like a numbing agent. It's more like Novocaine.
Right.
Yeah, it helps the flexibility, so you
Yeah.
can continue.
There
to
we
move.
go. There we go. When
Yeah.
when Negroes when you have fluid on your knee, hey, you get a cortisone shot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's how I remember.
Hey, what's that other stuff they give you when you start when they start seeing you acting crazy? They give you something to numb you out in the head or something.
I don't know about it.
Keep you from
What you mean?
acting crazy out there with
It's like
everybody else.
it's a psycho like LSD.
Psychotropic like Ritalin. They give you shit like Ritalin. They give you shit like that. Calm you down.
Okay.
Yeah, but it was a typical something that it seemed like something that you can buy in the pharmacy, um, but at the same time they was giving it away off in there, man. People just getting
I don't
lazy.
know. I don't know where you was, but they wasn't giving us nothing. You couldn't buy none of that shit in no pharmacy.
That was in Fort Knox. They said we got to. This dude, he went Big Mims. That's what they call him. He one morning everybody was getting up. Big Mims just sitting there. He didn't want to do nothing. They came over there and kept asking him, "Hey man, I'm telling you, get your shit together, move." They were doing all this stuff, and he wouldn't move. They took him to the what's that the prison out there what they call that the cave. Y'all know what I'm talking about?
I have no clue.
Nah, the only prison I know for military
Stockade.
is the Stockade.
Yeah.
The only prison I know of is Fort Worth.
They took him to the Stockade, and
Hold on. I thought the Stockade was when you went like AWOL or something like that.
Yeah, but
that is a prison too. Stockade is
Stockade jail. Yeah, that's jail.
Yeah, he wasn't trying to get motivated. So they say their job is to motivate you, and if you can't get motivated, then we gonna motivate you some kind of way. They took him to the prison, and when they had him in there, from what he told us, they had holes in the mattress. He said at night, the dude told him when nighttime come, bedtime come, he gonna stick something in there. Now, Fort Knox.
No, not Guantanamo Bay.
Oh, okay.
He said he gonna stick something in that hole, and he want him to service him at night. And when he first got in there, the people that worked at the front desk, like a sergeant that worked for that floor, he said that sergeant told him to get on his back and play like a dying cockroach. Put his legs and hands up in the
air. Hey! This is a family show. You out of order, man. You out of order. I don't know you all the way in order telling the story, but you out of order, man. D-Ray, real quick. D-Ray, were you in the military? I don't know if D-Ray was in the military. Shout out to my brother D-Ray, man. All right, let's keep the show going. Here we go.
Testosterone.
The good shit.
Yeah, the good stuff. Yeah.
The stuff that they don't let the baseball.
You name it in like a month.
I rewinded it on purpose.
But we were also during that time. We were on some stuff too to help out with that.
You were on some stuff.
Everybody was
like Toradol.
Like you name it. Yeah, testosterone.
The good shit.
Yeah, the good stuff.
Toradol and testosterone. Did they give y'all testosterone? Respectfully, I ask that respectfully.
I never had it.
Okay. Anybody on the panel ever had testosterone? Nope. All right, here we go.
Yeah.
the stuff that they don't let the baseball players use.
Yeah,
but it'd
yeah.
be very interesting if we did let them use.
Yeah.
Right.
Before D-ball and all that stuff was banned or considered anabolic steroids. Yeah.
Right. Tested on the military.
Yeah. It wasn't
fit.
safe for 21-year-old kids to be, boosting up their testosterone to like 1,000,000%. But,
you're talking about like at 17, wondering if you're going to be a guy blowing people's heads off, and now they're just boosting your testosterone. They're like, yeah, we need our killers here in the army.
Yeah, literally, man. Oh yeah, on some stuff, and like we lifted a lot. We had our own personal gym in Ranger Battalion. We had our own chefs. We had our own chow hall.
So I want to move forward. I mean, this is him going through this piece of it. I want to get to a little more of the interesting conversation. Him talking about his first deployment in Afghanistan. I want to get to that. So we're going to fast forward just a tad bit and hear the brother speak on this. And real quick, I wanted to ask y'all, I wanted to ask everybody militarily speaking, did y'all ever have deployments overseas? Where were y'all deployed to, if y'all did?
I didn't have no deployment overseas. I mean, I went overseas, but it wasn't for no wartime. I got out before Afghanistan had started.
Okay. Uncle Shelton, you probably Uncle Shelton was probably in Desert Storm, old ass. I say that respectfully, Uncle Shelton. I say that respectfully. Picasso was probably in World War One. I say that respectfully to Picasso. So, were y'all ever deployed?
No, brother. I went to Lebanon in '83, then I went to Somalia in '89.
Hey, Rick, I gotta ask the question. So, well, real quick, and Picasso, where were you deployed to?
I didn't get deployed. They asked me during Desert Storm. I was in Fort Knox, January 15 through January 17. They had already told us in Fort Knox they just gonna nuke the place and scare the people off and all. By the time I got to, during them days right there, I went to San Antonio. I get to San Antonio and they said the crew ahead of y'all went without getting trained on any kind of medical because all they needed was somebody to handcuff the people.
Okay. Real quick, Ace. I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe your father was stationed over in San Antonio. R.I.P. to him. I believe he was stationed in San Antonio at one time. Correct? Ace, you there?
Yeah, my bad. He was stationed out in Bosnia.
But I'm saying, before that, he was stationed over in San Antonio as well, correct?
No. He did some stuff in San Antonio, but San Angelo, Texas. He was stationed in San Angelo, Texas. But before he went out to San Angelo, Texas, we were out in Darmstadt, Germany. We did a couple of tours out there, and then. Well, he was out in Germany and did Bosnia. He was over there twice and then came back over here and did some training out here with some people over in San Angelo. My apologies.
No, you good. You ain't got to apologize around here. All right, so I want to move forward to the first deployment that he had in Afghanistan, and we'll react accordingly to what he says here.
Many, but the ones that I did read were all like Vietnam based. The MARSOC guys are not the MARSOC. It's the SOG, the SOG guys in Vietnam. They were like my inspiration. They were the only guys who like had books about Vietnam. Then I read stuff about Carlos Hathcock and the Marine Sniper and a few other books about Vietnam. So my perspective of what war was just Vietnam. I was of course training with guys in Ranger Battalion, but it was I don't know. You don't really know what to expect until you get there, and all the training in the world is not gonna simulate combat. So I didn't expect to be raiding schools and stuff like that in Iraq, but you would train in old rundown schools stateside to practice, room clearing and taking over compounds. And like the Ranger specialty primarily is to take over an airfield. So, you jump in, take over an airfield, secure it, and move on from there. Not one time did I ever have to, secure an airfield overseas. They were all, little houses here, complexes here. They were never, anything in that nature. So what I thought war was going to be was totally different. But yeah, we landed in Iraq, and like there were McDonald's or little fast food shops, coffee bean places, and stuff like that. It was
You're
totally
like, this
different.
ain't Saigon.
Yeah,
Fuck.
far from it. Far from it. You didn't find out until you went outside the wire, and even then, it wasn't what I expected.
It's more urban warfare
Very.
in Iraq, like pretty much across the country. No.
Yeah, all urban. I didn't do anything.
So I want to stop it real quick. So I know a lot of y'all said y'all didn't have opportunity to deploy, but the way he's breaking it down, when we think of warfare, and when I say we, let me rephrase that. When I think of it, right, seeing what we done seen in the movies and how we think things go over there, according to him, it's something totally different than what he expected. These people are living their lives like we living our lives. What's y'all?
I was in Lebanon in '83. Deployed to Lebanon, house to house, urban warfare. Got to Somalia in '89, house to house, urban warfare.
It was so you saying it was never what, or first off, let me ask, from what you were trained in and what you expected, did it connect, or was it different in your opinion?
Yes, because we were trained in house to house urban warfare. We knew where we were going. We knew what we were getting into. It still didn't prepare you for what you got into, but you knew what you were getting into. It was what we trained for. My job on the squad, I was the preacher. You know what a preacher is?
No, go ahead.
I'm the dude that kicked the door in.
So you the first. You the first person. You ain't the first person through, but
I'm the second person through. I'm the second person through. I kick the door in. Somebody goes in. I go in right behind it.
Exactly. That's what I was about to say. And so, hold on, real quick. What year was this, Uncle Shelton? 80. You said 83.
'83. I was in Lebanon. No. 89.
Hold on, real quick. Am I breaking up? Is it me or him?
No, it's Shelton.
Uncle Shelton, you're breaking up. You're breaking up. Okay, you good.
I said 83. In 83, I went to Lebanon. 89, I deployed to Somalia.
Okay,
yeah,
so
I saw that.
When you were there though, so you were a door kicker, but your training had you prepared for everything you was kind of doing because y'all trained in urban warfare. Did you expect it to be the way it was though?
No.
Amazing. What was that?
Because the biggest difference is this.
What was the disconnect?
The disconnect is when you go to a place like Lebanon or you go to a place like Somalia, everybody dresses the same. So you really don't know who to shoot.
Yeah. So when you bust in, everybody seemed like civilians when you bust in there.
Right. Until they pull out that AK.
Yeah.
Or throw that grenade at you. Then you know who to shoot.
Right. Amazing.
But hopefully they haven't shot you first.
Because
one of our rules of engagement was this: you cannot fire unless you are fired upon.
But and I'm sorry, how can I tell you not to fire unless fired upon? When we kicking doors, somebody gonna fire on you. I'm supposed to wait for them to shoot me.
But when you kick that door in, say you kick that door in, right? What if it's grandma standing right there? You shoot grandma?
That's what I was just about to say. If you're standing there looking at somebody with her hijab on and you think that this is a female that you're looking at, you don't want to just straight shoot up at somebody that has a hijab on. You're like, okay, that's a female. And then the next thing you know, they flip that up and they got something under it. Now what?
Then you shoot
it. But my thing is so you got to get shot first.
Not necessarily. By the time they lift it up, you already got your weapon drawn. You already drawn down. So if they lift up and try to draw down, you're going to blow them away.
Okay.
You got the element. You got to jump on them because you coming in to kill. You're not coming in there to talk. You're not coming in there to discuss shit.
They're also not speaking the same language, so you got to keep that in mind as well.
I don't know what you're saying anyway. And to be honest with you, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know what you're saying, and I really don't give a shit.
That's what it boiled down to at the end of the day.
Uncle Shelton said, hey, if it come down to me and you, it's gonna be you. I ain't mad at it.
But not much explanation has to be done when they show what they're holding, you know?
Now I want to ask this though. When you go and take urban warfare style, you take a house, compound, whatever you want to call it, you take it, right? What do y'all do with these people? Do y'all and when I say y'all, I ain't saying that no disrespect. I'm saying
the ones that survive, you sit them down, you zip tie their ass, and then you interrogate them.
Yeah, you just
find out what they know, who they know.
Been cleared. Yeah,
y'all don't take them back. Y'all don't take them back to the base or nothing, or y'all just do it now?
Not unless they are a target. If they're not a target, no. You zip tie them, keep them secure. When they get done, yes.
It's the same thing like the police officers do on the streets to a certain extent. You're detained until everything has been cleared. Once everything has been cleared, the people that need to be taken in will be taken in. The other ones will be released that's been cleared. It's a similar thing.
Y'all just running up on motherfucker, man. That's crazy work. That's crazy work for me. Ace, Picasso, y'all got anything on this?
No.
No, go ahead. These fellas spoke on it. It's good.
All right, here we go.
Like Iraq and Afghanistan were almost night and day. Iraq was all urban, and at least you could see the enemy for the most part, unless they were using like IEDs or whatever. But Afghanistan, it was like fighting ghosts, though. It was rare you saw someone for the most part.
Yeah.
Rare.
A lot of tree lines, small tucked away villages, mountains.
Yeah. Wide open fields. And dude, they've been fighting in that land since, forever. So
what do they say about it? It's like that's where empires fall.
Yeah, come to die or whatever it is. Yeah.
Didn't I might be making this up, but maybe it was like Alexander the Great, like worked his way around Afghanistan.
See, now that you said something like that, now my mind's thinking about it.
Can we Google that, Alessi? Alexander the Great, what did he do vis-a-vis Afghanistan? He might have battled through it, but there's something that goes back to someone like him, like way back then. That like every time people try to fuck around, they find out.
Saw this on the History Channel, man. My mind's drawing a blank. Yeah.
We got anything? All right, let's see. Alexander's campaign in Afghanistan was a part of his war against the Persian Empire. He entered the territories that are now Afghanistan after his victory over the Persian Empire in 331 and 330. However, his plan to use the territories as a highway to India failed due to strong resistance from the Afghan tribes. I didn't make it up.
Even he had a hard time or didn't want to mess with that, which is weird. I did not expect Afghanistan to even be like that, though. Like from its appearance and the people that you see there, you would have no idea that they are willing to fight this thing out for decades.
What about the appearance of the people gives no idea about that?
Skinny, frail, malnutrition. I'm not trying to be mean, but their intellect, I think, was a little off to me. Their belief system and just they knew one thing, and it was just basically how to fight or how to survive. And even talking to we worked with some Afghan guys over there, and it was just their culture was far different. Of men were for pleasure and women for reproduction. So it was.
Where'd we hear that one?
Real quick, Uncle Shelton, being in Lebanon, I believe you said Lebanon. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, Lebanon first. Yeah, go ahead.
You just heard how he kind of described the Afghan people that he encountered. What would be your description of the people you encountered in Lebanon?
They're not like they wasn't into boy fucking like they are in Afghanistan. They weren't into that. Yeah, them Afghanistan, them dudes in Afghanistan, they boy fuckers. Yeah, they fuck boys over there. That's what they do.
But what were the people like in Lebanon, though, in your experience? What were they like?
They were like us. They're people just trying to live their lives. You know what I'm saying? They were oppressed because Gaddafi and his kill squad was running through there, blowing shit up, destroying shit. So they sent us over there. They killed 243 Marines. So they sent us over there to what they call that shit? Advise.
To get order.
You know what advise means?
They get order. They wanted y'all to get order over there.
No. No, advising means we go over here, we have specific targets, and we go and kill them. That's what advising means.
That's how you advise somebody, huh?
Yeah.
Amazing. But the majority of the people in Lebanon, you felt they were decent people.
Yeah. They were decent people. They were just trying to live their lives. Okay. But they were under an oppressive regime, so they couldn't really do too much. You say, see, like over here, like we can sit here and talk on YouTube, and we can say the president ain't shit, and we can say fuck this motherfucker and fuck that motherfucker. You can't do that over there.
Nowhere. Get your damn.
You say the wrong thing to the wrong person, your ass is gonna go to prison or worse.
Amazing.
You take something out somebody else's pocket, you get your hand chopped off.
Incredible.
I mean, and I feel like, I mean, I'm saying this, but I know from these brothers that's been out there doing this, I know they understand exactly what I'm talking about. It's that extreme over there. In certain spaces, it's that extreme.
I ain't mad at it. Free Picasso. Anything on that?
Nope. No, I mean, you gotta understand. These other countries are still trapped into the old way of living. When America was built, it was built on having freedom. You was able to free to do certain things. Over there in other countries, they still trapped in that old way of living. So that's why the punishment is much different than it is here. That's why you see countries that have police officers with no weapon, because if you get caught where they have to use a weapon, it's going to be something that you wish you never got caught doing. So they living in the old style of living. We're into this modern style of having freedom of speech, and you have freedom to do this, do that. Over there, you don't have that type of freedom. You have freedom to a certain extent, but where we have freedom of speech, you don't have that freedom of speech. A lot of those countries are democracies. I mean, it's dictatorships. A lot of those countries, they have dictators. So you don't have that
Or
same
monarchs.
freedom
They
that
have a monarch,
have over.
which means whoever is the king or the monarch in that country, in your house, you must have a picture of that motherfucker in your house, hanging, where somebody can see it. If you don't, your ass going to prison.
That's crazy work. That's crazy work. All right, here we go. Let's get back into the video. And I want to. Oh no, we good.
Yeah, you'll remember it later. Someone else said that. Yeah,
it's a weird culture, and you see weird stuff based around what I just said of men being for pleasure, and yeah, it's just weird.
Yeah, I heard the word boys where you said
boys.
Men.
There you go, boys. Yeah, T-boys or chai boys, whatever we call them. Yeah.
Now you got it, Leslie. Now it came upstairs. Yeah.
I've walked into a room full of it and did a mission where literally like guys were doing their thing in the tree line, and we had to go in there and take care of that. It was a weird sight to see.
All right. Well, we're gonna be
pulling guys apart.
Ooh. All right, we're gonna be getting all into Afghanistan, but back to Iraq just to cover that, because that was the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things you talk about is like people make these legends of people and start to exaggerate some things. So you're very clear in your book exactly where your numbers are and stuff like that. But you had to do your first kill on your first deployment in Iraq.
Yeah.
What happened there? Guys, if you're still watching this video.
All right, let me fast forward real quick. Niggas start talking shit. Shout out to them, man. All right, here we go.
I was a 203 guy, grenade launcher. Started
and go hit it right now. Thank you.
50 cal machine gunner. So I started off in battalion as an assaulter.
So real quick, Free, 50 cal machine gunner, right? We were speaking on this earlier as far as the 50 cals, not the same as the way we would think of them. A 50 cal machine gunner. I didn't watch videos of a 50 cal shoot a building, and it'll damn near chop a building in half. The way these bullets be flying. Anything you got on the 50 cal machine gunner, piece of it.
No, I mean they got two types of 50 cal. Like he said, they have the 50 cal machine gun, but they also has the 50 cal that goes on top of a track, which the ammo for a 50 cal that goes on top of a track is much bigger than the 50 cal for a machine gun. So there's two different types of 50 cal.
Amazing.
Well, technically three different types. You have the civilian, which is the Desert Eagle 50 caliber, and then you have the machine gun, which is the military, and then you have the 50 cal that goes on top of a track, which is also military.
That 150 cal, you know, you can put it on a tripod, and it got a butterfly trigger, so you use both hands, and you can set that one on the ground.
That's a M60. That's an M60.
Mm. Oh, you talking about the M60 machine gun?
Yeah.
I've seen those, but you can hold those in your hand. But the 50 cal that you sit on the ground, that's the big gun. That you can mount that one actually on the tank. I think that was you was talking about earlier.
Yeah. Like the M60 machine gun, that one it shoots, I believe it's 60 rounds per minute, or it might be more than that. It might be more than that, but it's somewhere around 60 rounds per minute. Like you can literally just hold your finger on it and it will continue shooting rounds. But what they call is called, I forgot what's the term they use, where you can melt that barrel. You can melt the barrel of the gun because it shoots so many rounds. It can melt the barrel of the gun, so you will have another barrel just in case that barrel runs hot, and you can change the barrel. You can change the barrel to be able to put another barrel of this because that one runs hot. Like they give you, like it's almost like oven mittens. They give you to change the barrel.
This is what you gotta do. You gotta while you shooting it. If you you can be if you're a 60 gunner, then you're gonna be shooting at 60. Right, as far as one of the people that's inside of that crew, that wolf pack or whatever for the scouts, like when I was doing scouts. But the 50 cal, ain't nobody gonna tote that big old joker. It's gonna be mounted on them tracks, or you can take it out, put it on the ground as part of the 6-man crew surround the tank.
Yeah, is that, ain't nobody carrying that shit, Ryan.
Nah, not that big old 50 cal.
It gotta be mounted. It gotta be.
And you got to know how to do a hot and cold check on it. That's why you.
Have you seen those war movies when you see the guys riding around on the pickup truck and they got that big gun on the top of the pickup truck?
Yeah.
That's a 50 caliber.
Yeah.
That's a 50 caliber.
The one that rotate accordingly, and that bitch spit bullets out all day, every day.
Yeah, that's a 50 caliber.
And that 60 is a 60 millimeter. Yeah.
Amazing. All right, here we go.
I was a 203 guy, grenade launcher. Went on to weapon squad where it's like all the heavy weapons. You have your 50 cal machine gun, your 240 machine guns, your Mark 48s, and all the big machine gun stuff. Being a 50 cal machine gunner on top of a striker, which is another piece of equipment we use. It's like a 40-ton vehicle, has 8 wheels, 4 on each side. It's like a tank on wheels. I was a gunner for that and a driver for it. For this particular mission, I was a gunner, and during that time, it was a curfew. People were not, allowed to be outside during a certain time, and this time had elapsed, and we see a vehicle like veering towards a convoy that I was in, and me being the lead vehicle and the gunner, I had a PO with me, I believe, and he's telling me to engage this guy. The car was like way down in the back, a lot of weight in it. I had no idea what a vehicle-borne IED was or how they used them or what to look out for. He's telling me to engage this car, and in my mind, I'm looking at him like, "What are you talking about?" Like, I didn't think, to shoot someone. I always thought my combat experience was going to be a blaze of glory. Your first kill, you're getting shot at, big firefight, and you have to kill someone. Not we're just cruising downtown, or not cruising downtown. It was we just got done doing an operation, taking some prisoners back, and like as the sun is coming up, you see a vehicle start to pick up speed and come straight towards our convoy, and your commander's like, "Hey, light this guy up," and it takes a while, and he slaps me on the helmet. He's like, "Light this fucker up now," and I did. Pulled the trigger on it, butterfly trigger, and skipped the rounds from the hood of his car all the way through him, like a good 9-round burst. And car went all, sideways and veered towards us or past us. And we stopped, got out. They investigated the vehicle, popped open the trunk, and he had these old artillery rounds like wired all together in there. And that was like their shtick back then. Artillery wired to chlorine, I believe, to make like a chlorine bomb. And yeah, shot that guy. It was the first one I ever killed.
But you didn't know. And
real quick, would y'all? Hey, you see a car driving, you really don't know what the car got going on. Your commander, the individual in command at the time, he's like, "Hey, shoot this motherfucker, man! Get this nigga up out of here." Not knowing what's going on, what would be your thoughts on pulling that trigger right there?
Who going first?
You said what without what?
What would be your thoughts on pulling that trigger?
I'm pulling the trigger.
Yeah.
It is no thought. Yeah, it's no thoughts. When you over there at in that time, like that's wartime. So there is no second guessing your orders. Whatever orders you were given, you do what you got to do, because anything can cost you your life. That 1 sec of hesitation can cost you your life. So if your commander say take that vehicle out, you take that vehicle out. There's no hesitating.
Go ahead, Picasso.
In basic training, they teach you, they show you, when they have you guarding, like say the ammo section where all the ammo is or the rifles are, they'll tell you if somebody, even if it's a calm situation, if somebody pass you on they'll tell you question the person, get an ID out of them, and tell them to pass on a certain side of you, and if they don't pass on a certain side of you, and they don't show you ID, shoot them. No questions asked. You legally can shoot them and kill them.
Hey, Doug.
What up?
Hey, it's lights out where I'm at, man. I'm at this class, so I'm gonna be here for the next 5.5, 6 weeks. But I'm gonna say this before I get up out of here, man. It's good talking to y'all, man. Good to talk to some like-minded individuals. I dig that.
Thank you, sir.
But what got me here at this PTSD class is the fact that I was brought in at 17 years old in time of war, and I was trained by a bunch of really bad dudes. It was in a really bad time, and we went over to this really bad shit to a whole lot of people, and that shit is hard to live with sometimes.
Yeah. Hey, I say it respectfully. We ain't gonna see you for a while.
No, I it's lights out. I can't be on all night. It's lights out.
Okay. I got you.
Yeah,
all right. We good.
I'm on the VA ground. Look at you. It's different over here. I'm on the VA ground. You got to go sleep around this camp. Can't be up all night.
Man, do your thing, man. And hey, I appreciate everything your brain, man. And what you just said, that's I don't know how I would live with it, but hey, I'm glad you're getting the help that you need. And not saying, nothing crazy, but hey, when you go through shit
Well, I'm
like that,
definitely crazy. There's definitely something wrong with me. That's why I'm here.
hey,
But
Yeah.
like I said, man, I have to realize that it wasn't my fault. I was trained by some really bad men, and they taught me how to do some really bad shit. And I did it to a whole lot of people that probably didn't deserve it. But that's just something I gotta live with.
hey, man, hey,
Yeah.
it ain't nothing but love. You already know what it is, So
Yep.
appreciate you.
All
All
right,
right, y'all.
yo.
Y'all take it
Hey,
easy. All right, man, take it easy. Yeah.
yeah. Hey, Doug. What you gotta realize is your commander that's in charge. Whatever orders he give us, if those orders are, if his assumption is wrong,
It's on him.
that that's on him. It's not
Right.
on us because he gave us the orders. Now, if we don't follow those orders, we can be placed in jail. So it is no hesitation. If he give you orders to take out a vehicle, you take out that vehicle because if you say if you have a second thought and you don't take out that vehicle, and that vehicle or whoever's in that vehicle take out your whole platoon, that's on you because you
It's,
didn't follow the orders.
I ain't gonna lie
Now,
to
if
you,
you
free.
happen to you happen to survive and you just caused your whole platoon to lose their life because you second guess what your commander told you to do.
I ain't gonna lie to you, free. I just listened to Uncle Shelton say what he had to say, and that man, he had orders as well, right?
Yeah.
All I'm saying, and I definitely, like I said, I understand what you're saying. I understand 100%. I, it's a hard conversation to have because one way or another, I'm listening to Uncle Shelton say, man, I had some bad people teach me a lot of bad shit, give me bad orders. I executed those orders, and now, shit, hey, I gotta live with that, right?
Oh no, you definitely gonna have some bad orders because some people over there, when you go over there, you gotta understand it's wartime. So they're gonna be nervous about everything that's going on. So you're gonna have bad orders given, but at the same time, you as a officer or a soldier, you, it's not up to you to try to figure out is this a bad order unless you see something that he doesn't see. Now, if you see something that he doesn't see, that's different. You can say, hey, this is going on. This is going on. I got intel. This is going on. But if you don't see something that he don't see, if y'all both walk up and he say that's the vehicle, take it out. Your first instinct is to take him out.
I got it. All I'm saying is the same way Unc just said what he said. You know what I'm saying? Telling us where he is. Shout out to him. Uh,
But see, Doug, I'm probably out of order to cut you off. I apologize.
well, you know you out of order. You know I'm gonna call you,
Um,
and we gotta give you the drop now. Now you gotta get the damn drop. Shout
my
out to the
bad,
brother,
my bad.
man.
See,
Nah. Hold on, man. Hey, hold on. Wait a second. Here we go.
no, go ahead. Do your thing.
I want to run. This is outrageous. This is outrageous. Damn. It's a bunch of bull.
Go ahead, my brother. Go ahead.
But respect to what he was saying if they have intel that he might not have, but he would have boots on the ground and seeing what he sees, and he has to go with what their intel is. They may see things that he can't see, but there's also things that he sees that they can't see. So you got to go with it. One of the reasons why, and coming from a military family and being a military brat for all my life, actually, that was one of the reasons I didn't get in, was because I know how I am, and I'm a hard headed individual. I can't follow them orders like that, you know. So I see how I see how it affects people, good ways and bad ways, and I wasn't really willing to go down that path. But see, that's the only time that you have that decision is when you're getting in. But once you're in, you're in. Once you're in the military, that's 24 hours. That ain't clock in and clock out. That ain't I'm gonna do this and I'll see you at 9 o'clock in the morning the next day. That is my orders is to handle this right now, and that's it. So you really don't have time to really think, is this going to affect me in the long run? Because at the end of the day, it is going to affect you in the long run. You don't know what's going to affect you in the long run because at the end of the day, at that moment, you don't have time to think.
I understand it. I hear what you're saying. All I'm saying is I just thought, just thinking about what Uncle Shelton was just saying. All I'm saying is that what if, and even if your commander, the order that you were given were wrong, you're the person who have to live with taking somebody's life. Uh, 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 and I mean, that's all I'm saying. I'm saying
Yeah, I mean,
war
but
is
also
crazy.
you got
That's crazy work. War is crazy work, man. It's crazy work.
you also got to think too, Shelton. I'm sorry, Dub.
Yeah, yeah.
You got to think at the time that Shelton was in, that was back in the '80s. They didn't have the equipment they got now, where they can see what's going on behind the wall without having to go through that door.
Right.
Now they have better equipment where they could see different things that they couldn't see in the '80s. In the '80s, it was just all off of assumptions. Now we have the equipment where we can see through the wall. We can see what's going on the other side of that wall. We can see if this person have a weapon behind his back, or he's hiding something. So it's a little bit different. You have a lot of more information now than you do back then.
I agree. I agree to some degree.
Most definitely.
But even in this, and I believe in this interview, I want to move forward on it because hell, if we do it at this speed, we ain't never gonna get through it. So, we gonna have to have another show on it as always. But um, one of the things he brings up is hell. There were times he would see people running across. They look to be innocent, but they got the piece on them. You know what I'm saying? Other times you might think they might be pulling for something, and they wasn't pulling for it, and so you just
Yeah,
don't know. And I understand. Hey, you got to be careful. Hey, at the end of the day, I rather face my consequences than for my life to be taken. At the same time, I'm taking somebody else's life. Like it's crazy. Like I said, war is crazy, and I agree with Shawa. I agree with her 100%. Um, she said ultimately that's why I didn't join. She went to ROTC all through high school and couldn't do it. And I think I was gonna. Hey, I ain't gonna lie to you. There was a time that I wanted to join the military, but uh, individuals stopped me. Cooler heads prevailed, and so I'm glad that I didn't. But at the same time, I think it's very necessary. We absolutely need the military. You know what I'm saying? So hey, it's just a tough situation. Anybody got anything else on it before we start the show back up? I mean, the video back up.
Shout out to the greatest military in the world,
nah, you go.
USA.
Shout out to the greatest military. Picasso, you got anything?
Nah, I forgot it. Go ahead.
All right, here we go.
Until they confirmed it going to the car to check him out because he was in the car.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
So when they opened the car, that's where I could see what had happened to him. What a good amount of 50 caliber rounds to do to someone. You know, I just saw, from my perspective, I saw sparks, and red-ish, pinkish mist, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But when they popped open the car, it was just like not even half a human. It was a disfigured human, you know, like jelly a little bit.
Yeah.
You know.
Can you even process that like right in the moment when you've got that confirmed, or are you still just very much
I was still
in mode?
Yeah, still like rushing off the wow, I just shot my first weapon overseas in combat. It wasn't like it was hard to I didn't think it was gonna go down that way, you know. I thought it was gonna be getting shot at or something. Not
Shout out to my brother in the building, man. Straight out of Omaha, Nebraska. One of the greats, man. I always like to call him Big Homie. You know what I'm saying? It's my big brother. D-Ray Promotions is in the building. D-Ray, what's going on, fam?
Hey man, y'all having a great panel, great conversation, man. I apologize for interrupting whoever was speaking, man. So I'll go ahead and let that brother finish that up,
No,
bro.
that's
But
the video. That's the video. That's the video. Go ahead. What you got?
Hey,
What
well,
you
at
got?
this
Go
rate,
ahead.
you really ain't gonna get through the video, then, huh?
Hey, I already told you. I understood that when we started the show. So it is what it is.
That's what makes it, man, great content, though, bro. Because you can play it and we can break it down and give real life experiences and thoughts and stuff like that, man. So it's great to share, bro. But the thing, man, that had got me, bro, was like when you start talking about like the ramifications of going to war and so forth and so on. The trauma and different things that you have to deal with afterwards, man. And I just be fearing for our young people these days, bro, because every time, man, I click on YouTube, bro, if I'm not watching boxing, man, it seems like I'm getting a war report in our streets, So I just hope, man, we can do better, bro, because I think we know better.
Hey, man, look.
But like they say,
I will
bro,
tell you.
war is hell. Go ahead, though.
I will tell you. I say this respectfully. Some of these YNs out here, and I say that respectfully as well. Some of these YNs out here,
And they talking about going
they
house
need
to
to be
house.
they need to be at war. Send them, put them in the military. At least they can get paid to do what they doing in the community. At least they can get paid to go do it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so we can have
Sign some of
a
these damn YNs up, man. Get them out the streets. Pay them. If this is what you want to do, they pay them for it. Pay them for it. And I still disagree with it, but I mean, shit, it'll be better that way for them to be at least in a controlled environment than to do some of the things they're doing in these streets.
right. And see, man, and that's the thing too that I was thinking about, right? Because part of the thing that made Ali the greatest, bro, is he said no Viet Cong ever called me that, bro. So my thoughts and feeling was, at least that I know of, ain't no Arab ever called me that. So I just go ahead and go in peace, bro. But that's the thing, man. That training is real, bro. And the psychological effects of that. Like the brothers were saying that they want to walk away from a confrontation than to face it head on because they're more worried about what they can do compared to what you will do. And that's going from 5'6" all the way up to 7'6". Ain't that right, Dub?
Man, you already. Hey, listen. Like I tell everybody every time, I don't want no smoke. I don't want no smoke. And the reason I don't is because not just, hey, I might do whatever I might do. But what I do know is niggas these days, they'll shoot your ass. And now, shout out to Georgia. We got the First Amendment down. Oh, excuse me, the Second Amendment down here. And
he said we ain't got the first one no more.
right, no, we got the first one. We got the first one. But we got the Second Amendment riding down here. So we're gonna be in order accordingly. But man, I ain't, man. I don't even want to be in that situation. I don't want to be in it. And for people to sign up, you know what I'm saying, to go be in it, you got to give them credit for it. You got to give them
Right.
that credit.
Hey,
That
bro,
respect.
and that's the thing, though, right? Is because the generations before me, bro, they drafted you.
Yeah.
They didn't give you no
They ain't give
choice.
you an option. They ain't give you an option. They just pulled you off the street.
Right. So now you volunteer. So my thing is, just like I tell the YNs, before you go out into the street, bro, you better know what you're stepping out there into, And people shooting and trying to kill on both sides. So you know what I'm saying? You're gonna have casualties, bro. You're gonna have collateral damage.
I ain't gonna lie to you.
And see, bro, but hold on. And the last thing I'm gonna say though, right, is because And then let's say you go victorious and you bomb out the people and you just wipe out their country, bro. They still got them kids, bro, who gonna live, with the trauma, bro. You just destroying their society and their world, bro, and
Nah,
they
yeah,
believe
really,
and
you're creating an
everything
enemy.
right. And then, like the brothers were saying, with Afghanistan, bro, they still ain't been able to do that because them people, they born to defend they land. But go ahead, man. I'm gonna go ahead and chill out, man.
No, you
Hey,
good.
D-Ray, that's
Yes,
us.
sir.
We them
Go ahead.
children. We them children. Though, you know, those people before us and before us and before them, and before them, they was getting killed off, and now we the children, and we feeling some kind of way. But here we are falling in line with American values, and fighting for America and stuff like that. But I was about to say, as far as the mental aspect of this military and stuff, you have a soldier and then you have citizens, right? Um, Once you become a soldier, you're always a soldier, and it's two different lifestyles. And the thing about it is that when you're trained to kill, over here you trying to survive. The streets and stuff. And I was just thinking about when y'all was talking that if you was to roll the dice, which one would you rather the dice roll on? You end up in the military or out here on the street?
Military.
Yeah,
Military.
military. We all going, huh? Hey,
Yeah.
we going on a buddy program.
Look, all I'm saying, this is my thing. At least one, and me personally, at least you get disciplined there. You know what I'm saying? You learn to follow instructions. You learn to follow orders. You get some level of discipline, but you also get to do because hey, when you out here in these streets shooting, doing what the YNs do today, and I said it respectfully to them. Well, not really. I ain't even gonna lie. It ain't really respectful. But
Yeah.
when if they're gonna be out of order like that, at least, hey, all right, they're gonna be out of order anyway. So can we at least give them some type of order? Let's give them some type of order. You're gonna do this anyway, so we're gonna point you in the right direction. Let me
I
point
saw
you in the right
something.
direction. Let's not kill the people of the citizens of our country.
Hey, man, and check it out, bro.
Matter of fact,
It
to be quite
almost
honest,
made
I don't
it
want you to go kill nobody.
right. Hey,
Go
but
ahead.
it made it. It kind of, and I apologize, bro. I just want to say, but it kind of making that direction looking like El Salvador, man. You get the tripping too hard with old boy. But
Hey, hey,
man,
listen,
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you, and now I disagree with some of it, but like I said this previously. If you out here killing folks, no, lock this mother, lock them up, put them in
hey,
jail.
hey, bro. But real quick, I just wanted to say one thing before I forget, because there is a difference, like you're
Man,
saying,
you got
between
you
the
got about
two.
you got about 15 one things you gonna say. Nah, go ahead,
Hey,
shut it
man, well,
over.
that's my stalling tactic. But check it out, though. But I'm saying the benefits, because like you can see,
The benefits of
even
what?
today,
The benefits of what?
a, a serving, bro. You know, there's a place for you to go to be able to get help.
Yeah,
You know, different outlets, different charities, and so forth and so on. You know,
One of the things, and I appreciate you saying that. Actually, one of the things that we used to glorify back in the day, and I hate to say it like that to make it seem like I'm such a OG like that, but
Now you old. Now
we
just say
used
you're
to
old. You're old, man.
we
Go
we
ahead.
used to
Accept it.
we used to glorify that. We used to glorify getting into the military. We used to glorify saying, "Man, get out there and serve your country. If you got the uniform on, you doing, you doing something. You a man. You be Rambo." We used to do that. Now we glorify being a YN. I saw somebody recently talk about being a YM. M as in like mango. And that
A,
ain't
what?
no military
A
term.
what? A
A
mango?
Y, no, a YM, young man. So
Oh,
I'm just,
okay.
yeah. And we don't glorify being a young man. We glorify being a YN. And I think that we miss the mark on making these young men grow up and say, "Yo, I'm gonna go ahead and join in the military, and I'm gonna do something about my life. I'm gonna put some food on the table. I'm gonna do this." Instead, we glorify, "I'm gonna be this big star on whatever the next stream or whatever, whatever they into at this moment. But I think that a lot of the soldiers, respectfully, like you said before, once you were a soldier, you're always a soldier. I think that a lot of these soldiers have put in the time and put in the work to. It's like, why are you going that direction? I ain't even got time to even tell you what I've stepped in, and what I've stepped over, and what I've done to be where I'm at. And a lot of them miss, while you at war over here, I was at war over there for you to have the freedom to be at war over here. They miss that. And I think that if we continue to step up and say, hey, look, you don't have to do that, I think that we're going to miss out on bringing these young men up to be better for the next generation.
Amazing. Anybody got anything on that? It's what we like to call a mic drop moment over here.
Hey, I concur 100% though.
I was gonna say I don't think anybody can disagree with what he just said. Now, hold on. I gotta ask you a question. We'll use acronym or we'll use the letter system over here. Everybody ain't gonna know who we talking about, but me and you know who we talking about.
Of course, all right.
Would you recommend AC to go to
Absolutely.
to the military?
Absolutely. Sign them up immediately. One of the things that you got to do is one of my uncles, they jumped into the Marines because they said that they couldn't do it. Another one jumped into the Army. Another one jumped into the Army. I was surrounded by Army men, and then I was surrounded by one Marine. I said, "Why are you getting in the Marine?" Because they said I couldn't do it. You you have that mentality of I'm a man. I'm gonna do the best I can to do whatever I have to do. And his wasn't I'm gonna do it on the street. And I think that we missed that when a lot of people didn't do that route. They went a different route. But now that a lot of people went a different route, we're talking about, post 9/11 days. A lot of people would say, all right, I ain't going to Afghanistan, I ain't going to Iraq. So because I'm not going to Afghanistan and Iraq, we didn't have a lot of people go out to that war. And like a lot of people we talked about earlier, these wars were different now than they are back then. When you went to war, it was we lost 1,500, we lost 50 today, we lost 12 today. The numbers on the TV was the losing of the men, not the we won. And that's the difference between the Vietnams and the Afghanistan and Iraq. And correct me if I'm wrong. I'm wrong on it, but that discouraged a lot of people not to join into the military and do what they needed to do. Because I come from a family with nothing but military men, and right now I could count on one hand how many are in the military and how many are not.
Yeah. Hey, and I will say, hey, y'all know, hey, I love this country. I'm a fan of the country. I think that we have opportunities over here that a lot of individuals don't have. Um, at the same time, it came off the back of other individuals, and so we got to give them the credit. But like you just said, who just think about the things that's going on and individuals saying, yeah, I'm finna join the military so I can go and shoot it out with somebody I don't know. Even and I would rather for you to shoot it out with somebody you don't know than somebody you do. I'm just being honest with
Yeah, and but the thing about it too is a lot of these individuals just spoke on the MOS. There's more than just shooting them.
you. Yeah.
There's a lot more positions that's available and opportunities that's available to these young men that or young women that are better than being on the street, being a YN. I mean, it is what it is.
I
You
gotta
just
ask
gotta.
the chat. I gotta ask the chat real quick. Chat, if y'all think that the military is good for young men, put a one in the chat. If y'all think the military is bad for these YNs, put a two in the chat. Y'all let me know.
You know, you know what I want to ask too. I want to
Go
ask
ahead.
if
Go
we're
ahead.
able to lower, not have such stiff laws for people to be in the military. If you got a felony or something, do you still have the ability to get in the military? Sometimes I think we make a mistake in life and then we say, "Oh, they don't deserve to serve the country." I think that the question also should be raised: do you think that if you make a mistake in the world, that you can't serve this country, you can't actually turn your life around? with the military?
Man, I'm putting if I'm the military, I'm telling everybody that got a gun charge, you got two options. You can sit your ass in jail, or you can join the military. This is what I would do.
Hey, Dub. Hey, Dub.
What you got?
When I went into the military, they had a lot of guys that was like that. They either had to go
Yeah.
to jail, or they had to go to the military. It was a lot of guys in the basic training with me that was like that.
That I would give that option. That would be. I'm giving that option to everybody who got a gun charge, everybody who
Hey, was
got
that
a
a
felony. You got two options. You can go to the
ki-
military, or you can spend whatever your time is that we done found you're guilty on in jail. These are your
educate
options.
me on that just a little bit if you don't mind? I do want to know a little bit about that information. Was it was it with felonies, or was it with misdemeanors, or was it just with just a non-violent crime? Where were they with that?
Now,
If you
now
don't
I'm,
mind,
I'm,
can
I'm
you?
I'm just gonna
Um,
tell you. Hold on, Free. Before you answer that question, I say this respectfully.
mhm.
I want you to understand that the man uh, uh, is damn near a lawyer, so he's asking this question for. I'm just telling you. I want to preface your statement with that information. So when you answer it, you in order.
You out of order. You out of order.
No, I'm just calling a spade a spade. What do you mean? Go ahead, Free.
Nah, nah. Some of them were they
Oh,
wasn't no
hold on,
it
real
wasn't
quick.
no
Picasso, your mic is out of order, man. I don't know what you got going on in the background. You messing Free up now. Go ahead, Free.
Yeah, no, these was felony charges. There wasn't no misdemeanor. Now there was no like gun charges. These was guys that sold drugs and stuff like that. And so it was either, and a lot of them were young. It was a couple of guys that was kind of older. Because I was 18 when I went in. There was a few guys that was around my age, and there was a couple of guys that was in their mid to late 20s. Um, and so they had felonies. It wasn't misdemeanor charges. It was
That's what's
felonies.
up.
There was either you go to jail or you go to the military. So a lot of them picked the military, but a couple of them didn't make it out of basic training, and they end up getting sent to jail because they didn't make it out of basic training.
Do you believe in actually, even with not making it through basic training, because basic training is really structured? Do you think that they need to have more of a second chance mental program that goes along with basic training, where you see somebody that's coming out of basic training that does not actually make it through it, but they can actually say, hey, look, we need to take you to over here to the side so we can get you together first, and then we're going to bring you back into basic so you can finish this out. It's only a couple of weeks, but
Uh,
we see that you need a little bit more something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it like for the young guys that's out here in the streets that's just that's terrorizing the neighborhood. I believe that they should face even if they don't go to actual military, they need to go to these boot camps to treat them
Right,
like
right.
that. Remember that movie of First Time Felon?
Hold
That
on.
Yeah,
movie
yeah,
like
yeah,
First Time Felon.
yeah.
They need that because a lot of these guys don't have the discipline at home.
And
Nobody's
yeah, they
telling
need a
them that
little
they're doing
extra.
anything wrong. They
Hold
Right.
on,
they
real
pretty
quick.
much running their household.
I gotta say this. I gotta say this. Shout out to Big Mom. I don't know if you ever heard this story. You can ask my mom about it. Um,
Hmm.
Big Mom told me and all my cousins. I got four. I got three other cousins. We were all born within 6 months of each other, right? And that's who I hung up with growing up and all that kind of stuff. That's who you spend the night with. Big Mom said, "All y'all need boot camp. All y'all need boot camp." And it wasn't a point of I want to punish y'all or anything. We got I need more discipline instilled in y'all. That's what she was
Hmm.
saying. And
Yeah, absolutely.
even now, the crazy thing is I think that we as a generation have more discipline than this up and coming generation, right? But what do we find? And my thing, and I seen Shower say, speaking on them selling drugs for money, that type of thing. Well, regardless of what you did, I would much rather them have an opportunity to learn discipline and in the military than to spend time in jail. When you spend time in jail, you know what you spend time around? Criminals. And you know what criminals do? Continue to conspire with each other to figure out how we can do better in the crimes we're going to commit.
Rico.
That's my opinion. So I would much rather have these younger guys, even some of the older guys. Now, when you get to a certain age, it is what it is. Take your ass to jail. But with the younger guys, I think, give them opportunity. You know what I'm saying? If they were struggling for money, then we're gonna put money in your pocket. We need you to be disciplined.
I think we should put a society together that makes it make sense. Once you understand the system, you change the system to being something of betterment than a system of punishment. I think we always got that twisted. A system of punishing you for the crimes instead of a system of making you a better person and mentally understanding why a person continues to do something that is wrong instead of doing something for the betterment of the society. And I think that once we understand that and can find profit in that, I think that we as a country or we as a society actually can handle things much different than El Salvador, respectfully.
Shout out to El
Hey,
Salvador,
Doug, you
man.
got him running for office somewhere? What you doing?
Say it again?
I said, is he running for office somewhere?
Hey, look, we trying to get him in. We trying to get him in order, man. Possibly the next statesman in the Atlanta metro area, man. I'm just saying.
Hey,
I'm
Doug, check
gonna lay
it out
low in the
though.
chat. I'm gonna lay low in the chat.
Oh no, don't run now, don't run now, don't run now.
Hey, Doug, I remember an older dude told me one time, man, he had stole a bulldozer, right? Him and his friends had got drunk, bro, and they was trying to build something with, a bulldozer. Yeah, and they crashed it, right? And they got caught.
Wait a minute. How do you
Yeah,
steal and crash a bulldozer?
I have no idea, man, but listen.
YN activity.
Hey, but they told him, you going to the pen or you going to the army?
He went to the army.
He went to the army.
Right. But at the end of the day, my thing is especially with these YNs now, man, these young niggas, the youngsters, they got a lot of energy. I got a 10-year-old. This man got energy for days. I took him and his friend bowling yesterday. If you would have watched them out there, I said I'm gonna just sit back and let them do their thing. If you would have watched them, you would have been like, man, somebody need to lock these little boys. They out of order. And look, I'm up there, I'm looking at my phone, and then I'm like, oh man, y'all out of order, man. Y'all out of order. Oh, okay, sorry. And all I'm saying is if energy, they're gonna have energy. If it's misplaced, then that's what you're gonna get. But if they don't have other opportunities, which if they're doing what they're doing on the streets, they may have other opportunities. They may be smart. But once you done committed this crime, this felony, whatever you want to call it,
or you've been misguided. You might not have got to
but
that
once
level.
you done did that, though, once you done did this, we're gonna give you an option. Go and be in order, or you can be in order in confinement. One of the two, right? And so I don't think that we should hold, and especially the younger ones. Hey, if you got 5 gun charges now, all right, I don't know what you want me. I don't know what you want from me. But if this your first charge, something like that, as long as it ain't murder, man, hey, you got an option. You can spend 10 years in jail. You can go to the military, and I think that would provide a little more structure.
But I think that I agree with you on that. But I think that when you say to the military, I think that we should define some of that. We should go to the military, like I said earlier, like these gentlemen also said. There's so many MOSs. Instead of saying I'm gonna throw you in the military like some of these other countries do, some of these dictators and all of these other people.
We'll give you the opportunity to pick your MOS. We'll give you the same. When you get to the military, after you get through basic, we're gonna give you the same opportunity we give everybody else.
You know,
But
you know one of the
but
biggest
you
things
have to
that most people
make a decision. You have to make that decision.
you know what one of the biggest things that these young men are looking for is not only the opportunity but the respect. And I think that once we
Uh-oh.
start respecting people in the in I'm sorry, I cut somebody off.
No, go ahead.
No problem.
Oh, when
Listen,
we
D
start
Ray
respect
always out of order. D Ray, he from Omaha. He gonna be out of order. Go ahead. Go ahead.
when we start respecting individuals in the capacity that they understand, I think that we start seeing the society in a different mindset. I think that we start seeing young men or young women see their greatest potential, and not only do we have to hand them an opportunity, but they understand that the opportunity is all theirs. But the more and more that we break them down and say you only have one choice, either this or that, I think that they're gonna choose Plan C because nobody can break somebody down from their strong mindset down to something that is what you're telling them to be. Not you, particularly, Doug. Don't want to be out of order, but you get what I mean.
But hey, real quick, shout out to my sister, man. Shower. She said, "Well, they're 10, dub. Damn. Nah, hey, the same way I talk to
Got-
this. Hold on. Shout. Hey, this is a fact right here. Watch this. And I got. Hey, this is my son's uncle. This is my brother right here. Hey, do I talk the same way I'm talking to everybody tonight? Is that not how I talk to my son, your nephew?
Absolutely, absolutely.
I talk to this nigga. Nigga, you out of order. You out
I'm
of
I'm
order.
probably more out of order than he is. He's a great father. Got to shout out to Doug. Great father, great father.
And when, but one thing I realized when I called them out of order, get what they did? They got in order.
That is true.
They stopped doing the nonsense. And shout out to them. I know they 10, but you still gotta have some type of order. You gotta have some type of order on them. And I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm gonna leave it at that. But I want to get back to the video. We done made it all the way around to I don't know. I don't even know how we got to where we at. But anybody got any last words on the whole sending convicts, those type of individuals, giving them the opportunity to instead of going to jail, going into the military, those type of things. Do y'all have any follow or any further words on that before we start the
Hey,
video back?
real quick, bro. I would just say if we can try to reach them before they get to that age, you know what I'm saying? When we know that there's a need of like what you're saying, you know, they in a single parent household or poverty or in an area, you know, that we just gotta go help them babies, bro. You know, like Big Ma used to do, bro.
Yeah,
You know,
absolutely. Shout out to
hey,
Big Mom.
hey, when she tell you to get out the road, hey, if you don't, the car hitting you would be the good thing. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, but man, it ain't what you mean get out the road. You better not
Yeah,
even don't even. All right, look, all that.
yeah.
All right. The
Hey,
good.
and that's the thing though. Like he was saying though, respect. You know, of respecting the elders and then them instilling that in you. See, the thing is, I think, bro, is that so many of them these days, when they growing up, it's like boxing, bro. It's an individual sport out there living your life. But to get you to college, bro, was it an individual effort, bro?
Nah, it was a
Hell
team effort.
no. It was
It
a
was a
team
team effort.
effort, bro.
And you hear me speak on that all the time.
Absolutely. But that's what I'm saying is that now they feel like the 10-year-olds out there now, they like it's me against the world, bro. You know, so I'm gonna click up with the other YNs so we can at least make a video or something that somebody might watch. You know, but anyway, man, get back to the video, bro. I appreciate you though. Thank you.
And you already know what it is. Free, you got anything? Picasso, you got anything? Well, I asked y'all a question. Both of y'all went on mute. So I'm going to say, nah, y'all ain't got shit. Respectfully. I said it
Yeah,
respectfully.
I got something.
Okay.
My
What
phone
you
keep
went
on
on mute
going
for?
in and out. The phone keep going in and out. It's out of order. That phone is out of order.
You got an Obama phone, man. We already know. Go
Yeah.
ahead, Picasso. Go ahead.
I wanted to. I probably wanted to get an answer out of it. If anybody want to answer, but I was thinking the same shock value that the military would give you that put you into that PSTD stage. Hold on, hold on. Can you hear me now?
Man, we can hear you before. Go ahead.
Oh, the same shock value that you get out of going somewhere like the military, basic training and everything. And then going off to war and everything. All that will have you in a situation where you mentally have to get therapy. So
Right.
my thing is that I don't want to say it's the same thing as other shock values. Like I see Mike Tyson. You see how he grew up. Just a whole pattern of him growing up uh, with the family situation, and then being raised by a trainer, and losing the trainer, and then having to, at his age, going into boxing, being scared, uh, learning how to control his fears, and so on. All of that, up to now. I don't know what the was it good? Was the process that he went through, was it good or not? Or is the process that you go through in the military, is that good or not? But one thing I do understand is you have to take control of your own mental health and try to find a solution for yourself, because just like everybody have a certain uh, say diet, a certain diet that's right for their body type, right? So you have to go and search individually on your own and find out what works for you as far as therapy. In my opinion, because I dealt with some stuff myself, mentally and physically, in the street. The shock value of dealing with people coming up on you trying to take your money from, I'm talking about young age, where it's like, were you able to walk to the store? Me and my brother, we used to get ran down on all the time, and they didn't jump on you all the time. They just ran up on you and tried to take your money or take your bike or whatever, and that went on from neighborhood to neighborhood, whatever neighborhood we moved in. I would have to carry a stick. My brother had to learn how to fight. Eventually, I had to learn how to fight. But in the military, same thing. You once you go in there, they erase everything you know. You learn how to take care of yourself and defend yourself. All that. Same thing with Mike Tyson. He in the boxing, he had to learn how to control his fears and find a way to so he can be mentally sane to live in this world today. But
And I don't mean to cut you off, but
go ahead, go ahead.
my thing is, and I'm not disagreeing with you. I agree. At the same time, why wouldn't I push these guys who gonna have the same trauma regardless of what they've gone through? They're gonna have that trauma. Now, at least giving them an outlet, right, as far as the military go, because even outside of just it being the military, now they're gonna have the opportunity to go to professionals after they've served their term, even while they're serving their term. They're gonna have those opportunities. When they get in jail, they're not gonna have those same opportunities. And then when they get out, 9 times out of 10, they ain't gonna have a job. They're not gonna have insurance or anything like that. So I'm all I'm saying is it's giving them a better opportunity than what they're currently looking at. That's all I'm saying.
And I agree with you. I think that every family should look at their family, their children that they're raising, bringing up, and a lot of times they lose control of these kids at a certain age. But I think that they should already have them planned to go, not just to college or anything like that, to the military specifically. And then once they come out that military, or that okay, I'll just say that they can go to the military. That's one, and then the other one they already got them planned to go into something like martial arts in college.
So
Go
my
pass
whole thing,
those.
the only thing I disagree with is that um, even with my son, I always want to allow him to pick his avenue. I don't want to force an avenue on him. If it's up to me, the man gonna play basketball, right? But it's not up to me; it's up to him. And so I can tell you what I want you to do. I can push you in that direction. If that's not what you want to do, what my job ends up being is to make sure you're the best at whatever you want to do, and that's what I try to focus on. Not so much, and like I said, if the man and shout out to my brother Pittsburgh, T Pittsburgh, I'm coming to you. Give me one quick second. If the man, whatever he want to do, I just want to make sure that I support him in that and push him to be the best he can be in whatever it is. His uncle is a black belt. The man, he always tell him, "Hey, I want to do this. I want to train with this." All right, if you want to do it now, your uncle, he gonna put it on your ass. It is what it is. This what's gonna happen. And so all I'm saying is that I definitely understand, but this is why you need fathers in the community, fathers that's gonna be a part of their children's life, because it's not up to me to pick his avenue. It's not up to me. It's up to him. My job is to make sure he has the knowledge and understanding of how to be the best at what he's gonna do. That's what I focus on, me personally. Real quick, let me bring my brother Pittsburgh in here, then we're gonna pass it back around. Pittsburgh, welcome to the show, my brother. Much love and respect. You already know what it is. Give me opening statements.
Salute to you fellas, man. I like the show, man. Interesting topic. Uh, as far as these kids, and I think we kind of seen now the last political issue. Some people took issue with a certain party with the way that they want to deal with the family structure and certain things that they want to introduce that people have been unwelcoming to. And most men, for the large part, had a problem with what the other party had with the things that they were introducing. Uh, as far as kids and our family structure, the way we're going right now, I think that has been permanently changed. We're gonna have to fight that back down to get it back to normality, because what we're seeing now is single mothers at an all time high. We're seeing kids being raised by one family member at an all time high. Uh, it's just not, the family structure ain't what it is, and it's not even that's just on the basic principle. That's not even to introduce all the other things. So when you're having a child and one parent who's trying to do that, and then now you're getting into all the other elements, it puts that parent and that child at a disadvantage. So I don't see the idea that we're going into this thing where we have these things where we get these preconceived notions where the military is terrible, but then we'll let our kids stay in the community and they end up in jail like a rite of passage, and we'll throw them a party when they get out. So some of these things that we're doing is very destructive, and I think we have to really look at it. And finally, I'll say this: the military itself, we have to understand that at some point they're not going to have this open door policy where they just accept anybody if you could pass the physical test and if you could just pass uh, these written tests, because they're not going to need as many people, because we've moved to an industrial war. That's a cyber war where they're hacking stuff, and it's a different kind of war now. We don't get in physical conflicts no more like we used to. It's a different game, and they've realized that. That's why they lowered the standards as far as getting out of the military now. So the things that are being opportunities are available to people, they have to take them. And on top of that, you have to, everybody who's been in there, I'll just say this: they know somebody who's been in there, and they're the third generation of a military person or the fourth generation of a military person. And it ain't always just white people. So whatever works for your family structure, you have to take it and stop listening to society, because society is reckless and it's unimportant when it comes to the family structure, because all they're trying to do is destroy the family structure.
Hey, Pittsburgh, I want to ask you this question real quick. Um, in your opinion, and you kind of spoke on it, but I want to hear your opinion in full on the question. As far as individuals who or individuals, young individuals. I'm speaking on the younger individuals that get convicted of gun crimes, those type of things. Do you think that they should have that opportunity to go to the military? Uh, and like you, and I do agree when you say that, hey, niggas gonna be niggas. That's you ain't said in those words, but I kind of took that from a little of what you said. Uh, at the same time, giving them the opportunity to not just lock them up and say, okay, we're gonna lock you up and you can learn this, that, whatever, but giving them an opportunity to actively pursue, a trade, because a lot of times what people don't speak on as far as the military go is that you learn a skill there. You know what I'm saying? I know multiple individuals who went there and became air traffic controlmen from going to the military, the Air Force. And so just using that as an example, but do you think it's better for these individuals to be locked up or for them to have the opportunity to go to the military? What's your thoughts?
Societally, it's better for them to go to the military. But we know collectively, we've had programs such as COINTELPRO where the government don't care nothing about what's good for society. They're always trying to steer us in a certain direction and for a certain demographic to be impacted negatively with some of the things that they do and some of these programs that they have where they're specifically going out of people. So societally, it'd be better for us, but the government and some of these programs that they have no interest in that. So knowing that they have no interest in that, we have to take control of our kids, our grandkids, our nieces, our nephews. We have to look out for them because the government has no interest in our children specifically to look out for them. They've never done it. They probably will never, ever do it. And the idea that they just going to wake up one day and just start doing it, that's pie in the sky. That's never going to happen. That's not good for the collective. They've never done that.
Amazing. Anybody got anything on that?
No, I agree with everything Pittsburgh T just said. What's up, Pittsburgh?
Shout out to Pittsburgh T.
What's going on?
Ace, D-Ray, y'all got anything on it?
Yeah, I 100% agree with both of you guys, and I think that he's on the right path with all of this. I think that we as a society, we do not have all of the tools put in place for us to actually do what we need to do. I think that family structure is broken, and I do think that community is broken. I think that if you go into a community and you're not speaking their language, you're not going to meet that individual. And if we don't have individual outreach programs that are for that community, because everything don't work for everybody. I think if we don't do those things, then we're not going to be prepared to actually make progress. I think that meeting them where they are makes more sense than just saying one program works for everybody. Just like you said, the military is great, but if you got it set up just to do physical and a couple of mental things, that's it. But what if it is more than just those two things? What if it's more than where it was in 1990s or 1980s or 1970s? What if these individuals have more capacity than what we're expecting them to have, or or what we're prepared to actually teach? And I think that sometimes we miss the ball on that because we have these systems put in place, and I hate keep going back to systems. We have a lot of systems put in place that are guardrails to stop people from outthinking what we've put in place, and also to keep boundaries on people who are staying in place, for lack of better words.
I ain't mad at it. I gotta say this, and I want to respond to that, but before I do, I got my sister in the building, man. One of the great minds as far as boxing go. But them anytime we talking conspiracy, she always gonna show up and show out. Shout out to my sister in the building, man. Ty, you in the building, man. Hey,
Good
give me an
evening,
opening statement.
gentlemen. I actually wanted to actually just ask Pittsburgh a question because I like what you said, how it's really up to us to take back our communities. How do you think that we go about that? Because I've actually been thinking about that for quite some time. And to Dub's point too, I was thinking that too. Like, how do we get these YNs out of our neighborhood? Like, send them somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Just to the people who, like, for the older people who kind of grew up in the neighborhood and who still has homes and want to just live in peace, and they don't want to have to deal with all this. So, what do you suggest? Maybe even like little steps that we can take to kind of start getting them in order, as y'all say.
Go ahead, Pittsburgh. You can respond to that.
If they adults, at some point, I would think at some point you're gonna have to lose the few to gain the many. You're gonna have to do like El Salvador. You're gonna lock their ass up and break
hey,
that mold.
hey, lock they motherfucking ass up. What's
Lock them
up?
up. See what happened in El Salvador? They locked all their ass up. That shit cleaned up. Because at some point, man, people doing nigga stuff. That's what some people, they aspire to be. They done watched all them rap songs and they done watched them games and them GTA life. That's what they want to do. Do it. Cool. Don't do it in our community. Get their ass out of here. And we got to start protecting people like that. At the other point, the community got to turn on them. You got to get them out of there. Until that happens, you're always going to have that.
Hold on. Say that one more time. Who got to turn on them?
The community got to turn on, not just the government, the community and the government. The government got to lock their ass up and break the law and say, fuck it, we don't care. We know we breaking the law. They done broke the law doing all other kind of shit. And there can't be no outrage because they breaking the law to get rid of the community terrorists. Because that's what they are. They terrorizing our communities with this nonsense that they doing. They add no value. They help in no kind of way. Nothing that they're doing helps to inspire or push our communities forward, and we protect these clowns.
Pittsburgh. Can I say?
Hold on, real quick. Give me one. I'm coming right back to you. I apologize, Rick. You already know what it is. I apologize, but we got my brother in the building, man. He gonna be out of order tonight. I already know he's gonna be out of order, so he might. I don't know what might happen with. I think he probably agree with a lot of what we're talking about. We got my brother Troy Graham, the Troy Graham Experience. Y'all make sure y'all go sub to the Troy Graham Experience, man. Doing a hell of a job speaking on fatherhood. Doing a hell of a job over there. Troy, we coming to you next. Rick, go ahead, my brother.
I was saying, Pittsburgh. I think you saying exactly all the right things. I think that sometimes I don't think that we know how to take our community back. I think that we say that we are going to do it or what we need to do it, but I don't think that we're in the right rooms. I think that we need to be in the spaces. I think we need to be in the mayor's office. I think we need to be in the education over there with the superintendent. And we're asking them, what are you putting in the curriculum? What programs do you have cooking over there with these kids? What are you doing to change their mindset?
I hate going to the PTA meeting, but I still go. I hate it. I hate going.
I was actually on the PTA board at my daughter's school for years.
It's horrible. I
as
hate
you
it.
said, that they don't. And it's kind of like a move them along, like a each one teach one program. And I still find myself having to break certain things down to my daughter that should be taught to her in school, but we can't leave it all up to them. So I
But
get that.
you know who's missing? Who's missing out of them PTA meetings? The superintendent. Everybody got a boss. It ain't the principal. Who's the principal's boss? We elect these individuals to be in these positions to do the things that they need to do for these children, and they're not doing it. And if we're not affecting them, they're not going to come to these meetings. So as you're on the level of PTA and you're speaking to the teachers and asking them what they're doing, they're trying to meet the requirements that's been given to them from the principals and the and the superintendents. So when you say, who's your boss? And then they say the principal, then you ask the principal, who's your boss? And then they got to answer it. You got, who's your boss? And then you keep going up the line until the chain is broken from the same cycle that we've been going through. Pittsburgh was cooking very well on all of this because he lock them up, get the mindset change, get the people who are in the community to do the right thing. And I think that if you meet them where they are, it ends all of that. But I don't think that we're hitting them in the right spots.
Hey, look, Jay,
No,
Jay
and
go
and
show
I
him.
agree 100% because if you, like you said, we got to stop defending them and protecting them and all of this no snitching and all that crap. That has to die as well because if they have nowhere to hide, then maybe they'll move the hell on or just stop doing the foolishness altogether.
Go
Hey, can
ahead.
I say something real quick though, bro?
Hold on. Let me get Troy in here. Then we coming to you, Ray. Troy, go ahead. Give me your opening statements, my brother.
All right. Good morning, everyone.
Oh,
I.
your mic is horrible.
What's wrong with it?
Is that just me? Is that me, y'all?
Nah, that's his mic.
No,
Nah,
All
no,
right.
it's crackling. Yeah, it sounds
yeah.
horrible.
Your mic is horrible, my brother.
I'll
Respectfully.
be back.
All
I'll
right,
be
I'm back.
back. Yeah.
All right. Go ahead, D-Ray. Go
But
ahead.
let me get a little pushback here briefly. Like when we say we want to fix our community, it can't be starting with politics, right? Because when we've seen the greatest change in our communities with the Panthers movement and all of that, they didn't have a bunch of mayors and governors and the president. We had the most black folks in office that we had under Obama, and nothing changed for us, right? And then you're gonna hear somebody tell you about we didn't have a plan and all that. Because you know why? Because the community don't start there. Once they get into that system, they part of the damn system. And I think, like you speak earlier about these systems, some of these systems, the way that they're structured, we just have to start opening our eyes and stop living in pie in the sky and what it is, and get what you can get out of the systems. Not to say the system's completely terrible. You just have to know the limitations of that particular system. Some systems are only for capitalism. Politics is for capitalism. That's all this stuff is. Social programs don't necessarily work for us as a whole. You have some individual pockets of that are very minor, but at the major, it doesn't really help us in that way.
Let me get D-Ray. Let me get D-Ray in the building, and then we going back to my brother, Rick, man. Go ahead, D-Ray.
Yeah,
And
no, real quick.
and we bringing Troy back. We bringing Troy back. So after Rick, we're gonna let Troy get his bars off. We gotta let me give him a mic check real quick. Let me give him a mic check. Mic check, Troy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, you in order. Now you finally you in order. Thank you. We appreciate it. Go ahead, D-Ray. We going to Rick. We coming to Troy. Go ahead.
No, I just want to say, bro, that I think they kind of already tried that lock them all up approach, like with that crime bill in the like '90s, with all them dudes that they done tried to go back later and re-sentence them. So, like you saying, I do believe we have to be involved in the process and the planning, so we just don't let them decide what to do with us. Go ahead, man.
Go ahead, Rick.
All right. So one of the things I will say is I agree with you 100%. We are going in the wrong direction when we talk about politics. One of the directions that I am talking about with politics is not the ones that we have elected, like the presidents and the mayors. It's the legislative branch. Those are the ones who are writing the laws that we're saying that the system is out of order with. One of the things that we keep missing is we keep going toward the ones that are like the president. That's a whole different branch. Where are the laws being written? That's what we're trying to change. Those are the ones that are sitting in those seats and not making a difference. And I think that every time that we say, "Oh, I don't want to go too high up," and we're not making a change, no, go up the chain and see where it's not being written down. Where you said, "I want to see this change," and I think that once we do make those adjustments, I think that we'll see it happen. I really do. I don't see a law that's written that says YNs don't get to sag their pants. Where is that law written? You know why it's not written? Because we didn't ask the legislative branch to actually write that law for our state. That's the people that you got to ask, the ones that we're electing to sit in those seats. And we're missing which branch to ask to do the right things and make them sit down. Those representatives represent us, not those people that are the president or the governor. If they govern laws, the laws that are already in place, it's the ones that are writing them. We have not asked them to do the right thing and pass the right ones yet. Just putting that out there because I think that we miss that every time.
Going
I
to Ty,
agree.
then we going to Troy. Go ahead, Ty.
I always say the most dangerous thing is a white man with a pen. So we have to definitely start at the local levels. I guess we're like what are they? The even with the kids, the superintendents and all that, like locally is what you're saying, right?
Correct. And I'm also talking about the House of Representatives that goes up to that next level of those. But I'm speaking on like superintendents. I'm talking about the money too. Where are we putting the money? Are we putting it in the football team? Or are we putting it in these mental programs that need to be put in place for these people to actually have some mental health? Why do these kids think that being a YN is better than being a football player or being in the military? Because we're putting the money in the wrong place. You can't be a football player, so what's the best thing to do to show the most confidence? Oh, be a YN. I'm gonna go show my gun real quick. Why do you think showing your gun is being just as good as being a football player? What's wrong with you mentally? But are we putting money in that position? We're not. We're not. Are we putting counselors there to speak to these young men or women? No, we're not. Are we putting money in these officers' pockets for them to understand that it's not grab your gun first and not have a conversation, or have a conversation and then grab your gun second? We're not putting training in place. And why aren't we putting training in place? Because we're not holding these people accountable for the things that they need to do. And I am all for policing people, and I agree with who said, I forgot which one said it, lock them up. I said it, lock them up, but at the same time, I'm all for locking them up after we've done the work. But I don't think that we've done the work to even get there yet. I don't think that you throw cuffs on somebody that's committing a crime before you ask, why are you right here robbing us of the eggs off the shelf? Because you can't afford the eggs. Where's the problem? Why can't you afford the eggs? Cops shouldn't be cops unless you lived in the neighborhood, unless you lived in the area. I don't stop coming to a neighborhood you've never been in and being the police that you don't even know who the big ma of that community is. You need to know the community. You need to say, oh, that's Rick over there acting a fool. Where your mama at? You need to get your
No, he's correct though, because if they don't know you, they have no connection to you, and then they're scared, it seems like. And so the first thing they do, like he said, is they grab their weapon.
Yeah.
If you know these individuals, you're not grabbing your weapon first. You're grabbing the phone up and you calling their parent and saying, oh, I know your mama at work, and you out here acting a fool.
Hey, the scariest thing that I ever heard, it wasn't that I'm calling the police. It was I'm going to talk to Big Mama. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
It is what it is.
Now I got to pick a switch. I got all type of choice.
But Dub, you know what the problem is lately? The problem is Big Mama's only 45 now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like these kids, they're getting younger and younger.
Yeah,
I agree.
Hold on. I gotta get Troy in here. Go ahead, Troy. I see you shaking your head. You seem to be in agreement with a lot of things that's being said. And I don't even know if we're gonna get back to the video, but this is a great conversation. I love this conversation. Go ahead, Troy.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I actually agree with a lot.
Oh Lord, Troy.
Again. Come on,
here we go, man. Now your mic out of order again.
Yeah. Again? I didn't do anything. I didn't even move.
Hold on, is it me, y'all?
No, his mic is terrible.
Your mic is out of order, man. Come on.
Terrible.
Hold on, man. We got to get Troy to drop, man. Shout out.
But back to you, Ace, what you were saying.
Hold on, real quick, sis. We got to get Troy to drop, man. Shout out to Troy. And I love Troy, but
the fuck is wrong with you people? Who raised you?
This is outrageous. This is outrageous. Damn. It's a bunch of bull.
My bad. Go ahead, sis. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, and then like I said, the problem is now Big Mama's only about 45, so it doesn't seem to be there's anyone really governing these kids at home. You know what I mean? And so all they do is turn to the streets. And like you said, there's really no money in the communities where we can send them to after school programs. And I agree with you. They need to be funneling money in the right place. But whatever happened to us teaching our children to be doctors and lawyers and stuff? Like, why they immediately got to go to sports? Like we're not smart enough to do other things.
You know what the wild part? You know what the wild part is they teach us to be doctors and lawyers. The wild part is that they're making them think that that's the only thing that they can be. Streamers are making way more money than lawyers and doctors are making. And these children are seeing it and saying, well, I see these influencers are making all of this money. Why is it that they're able to make so much money, but you're telling me to get out here and be a doctor or a lawyer? We're not saying the right things that can reach them where they are. And I think that every time we don't reach them where they are, we're making our community that much worse. And we're saying the same thing that we started with. How do we get them out of the community? Because
real quick, it's crazy work that you say that. It's crazy work because one of the things that I've realized, right, and it sounds wild, but even with this show, this channel, my son has helped me with some of the things. The drops I put up there, he showed me how to use CapCut first.
I was just about to say, you gotta show me how to do them drops.
Hey, he showed me how to use CapCut. I didn't even know what it was. He already had it on his phone. His uncle, hey, look, the man got Snapchat on his phone. His uncle be like, hey, hold on, bro, what you doing over here? Anyway, that's a whole other story. That's a whole other story.
No, but I wasn't saying that they have to be doctors or lawyers. I was saying, why are we not teaching them that instead of saying, oh, football or basketball or something physical? You know?
But let me give a little pushback to that.
I got you real quick. I got you. Real quick, sis. The thing is because now the mothers, the fathers, they're not there. They're not the ones teaching. They're allowing these kids to kind of run. I see this as far as my son's friends go sometimes. They kind of just get to run wild. When we at the bowling alley, hey, he already know, bro, you roll the ball down. Hey, you roll the ball. One of his friends, this man is shocked putting the ball down there. And I'm like, bro, you out of order. What you doing? We ain't rocking like that at the bowling alley. We trying, we want to look good here. And so, and I'm not saying nothing against that man's parents and nothing like that. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is, if I wouldn't have said nothing, this man, my son never rolled the ball in the wrong lane. This man threw the ball in 2 different lanes. End up hitting the bumper when it was supposed to be coming up, hitting the reset button when he ain't got no reason to be around the reset button. He out of order.
All the way out of order.
He out of order. And get what I gotta do. It's just us there. I'm calling him out of order. Bro, now if you gonna be around here, you can't do that.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying because my daughter has friends and I feel bad sometimes because they always want to come over. They always want to spend the night. They always want to eat over. And I'll be like, go home. But then I remember, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, listen, you know what I'm saying? But I get exactly what you're saying. They don't always have that home to go to. You know what I'm saying? They may have a house, but it may not be a home. You know what I mean?
And I don't want to, I know it anytime. And it's just how you bring your kids up. That's all. That's the ultimate point here. It's about how you raise them. It take a community to raise kids. You can't do it by yourself. Go ahead, Pittsburgh. I cut you off. I apologize.
No, you good. I just want to say, like, too, the other thing we got to be careful of, because, like, I see it a lot. We all a little bit older. You kind of see the deceptive way that they word stuff. We have kind of bought into this feminism stuff that's not beneficial to us. And it removes, like, the authoritative figure, which is the man in most households, not all, but in most, where you get your morals and your discipline, is you get it from your daddy. That's who you get it from. Your daddy is usually going to tell you when you're wrong. He don't want to hear no excuses. He going to punch you in your mouth. All that comes from the daddy. The mother's more compassionate usually. So, you get the compassionate side. So when we start talking about fixing the community and you remove the men as the authoritative part of it, men are law and order most of the time by default. That's their default setting. So, like, whatever your reason for doing it, your daddy didn't give a damn why you did it. You finna get this punishment right away. And that's the same way that the community has to react to these people who doing whatever they doing. Your reasoning for doing it, that's your reason. That ain't my problem. We have to clean this community up. And we're not going to be able to clean the community up if we keep trying to make excuses for people doing it. Because it only affects us, because we don't have much, and the little bit we're letting the people that aren't really trying to help the community destroy the community. So once it get destroyed, it's not like you can just go out there and fix it back up. Where the money gonna come to fix it back up? These politicians don't really care, and those community programs that they help. But it starts with the root of you removing that, and you have to go back to the family structure, because that's where the problem is. Problem, are we going to go back to the family structure? Single parenting is killing our community. Whichever way we got there, that's where we at. And you see the results of that, because kids aren't being parented. And when they go to school, guess who's at school? If it's a little boy, it's mostly women. His teacher, probably all the way up to probably almost high school, is going to be a woman. Assistant principal, mostly going all the way up to assistant principal, mostly a woman. That don't understand young boys, and they're definitely not even in most districts, unless it's primarily black. They're not even black women, so they definitely don't understand your kids. So you have to understand what happens when you remove your kids away from your kids away from the father, what type of system and what type of failure you're almost setting them up for, because you're surrounded by a bunch of people who do not understand your child at all. And they're not trying to understand it. They're always trying to say they got anger issues. They don't understand anything about them kids, and they're not trying to. They give them very or little or no rope.
Agreed. Yeah, that's
My bad.
definitely
I'm
what's
on mute.
going on.
I'm talking on mute. My apologies. I think everybody on and hell, y'all know I don't give a damn anyway. So everybody possibly knows how I cast my vote, right?
I agree 100%.
My
Most
son,
definitely agree with you.
hold on. My son came home and said, "Well, my teacher said she said that you don't know what you." Hold on, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. We gotta have a whole conversation about this now. Not me and him, me and you. Damn, hey, you can disagree with me. I ain't mad at it. My thing is and I say it respectfully. I say this respectfully. Nigga, it's my job to raise my son. It's your job to teach my son. And you need the only thing I want to hear about is math, writing, language arts, social study. That's the only thing I want to hear about. Anything
You
else
better
out
than
of
me. I
that,
told my daughter reading, writing, and comprehension. Everything else, I got it.
I got it.
No,
That's it.
That's my job. And so,
we're
hold on. And you already know how I am. You already know how I am about him. Nah, nigga, you ain't finna do that. So we got to have a conversation now. And what it came ultimately down to is well, I ain't trying to. I'm voicing my opinion. Okay, you can voice your opinion. Tell my son I'm wrong again.
Voicing your opinion is one thing, and you out of place. You out of line.
That ain't your job.
How dare you? For
And
real.
who cares what my politics ain't got shit to do with school.
I'm about to say I didn't even get on that
No.
topic.
Politics. I don't think the politics has to do with school. I think the social media, not social media, but I think these phones and these devices are actually running these children more than anything else, even with these parents. So I don't want. I know I brought politics into what we can make differences, changes is, and I know that we got on that level because I did bring that up. That some things need to be written in law, and I think that some of these laws need to be abided by. And I think that goes back to Pittsburgh's conversation earlier where he was saying, look, father, mother, parent, household, and then the authoritative figure. You don't obey your mama and your daddy, you out here in these streets, you got the police to answer to. Now, if those laws are not in place, you can't answer to them. Now, we did get to that. But what I will say is we have so much information, endless information handed to them with a cell phone. One cell phone gives them endless information to believe whatever they want. Do I have to listen to mom? The cell phone would tell you the answer to that. Do I have to am I wrong for thinking this? The cell phone would answer to that. If I feel this way, is that the right feeling? I Google what I feel. If I have a sneeze or a cough, well, MD, it's right there. It's gonna tell you what it is. We no longer ask mother, hey, mom, I have a cough. What do I need to take for it? We ask my phone, if I'm coughing, what should I do? There are so many things that are taken out of the parents' hands and put in these technology hands that I think that we're forgetting where we are, not necessarily as parents, but I think that we're forgetting as a society how much information and how much technology we've handed to individuals that are not prepared to deal with that level of information.
So the next question, the obvious question is then, technology. Is this a good or bad thing? We understand everything is at your fingertips now. We understand it. We all use it. Matter of fact, technology allows us to talk to each other right now. At the same time,
But we're not
I
filtered.
watch my but I watch my son. I watch this man when he get home. First thing he do, he pick the phone up and he want to get on FaceTime with his friends.
After being in school with him for hours, ridiculous.
And I'm
Right.
like, and now it's a little different for me. I ain't gonna lie to you. I hate talking on the phone. I hate texting. I hate all of it. I like
You
this
out of order.
because, well, you am I lying?
No.
Yeah, you know, you would
So
text me and I won't respond to you. Respectfully, I say that respectfully. It is what it is, and the reason being is because it's just, man, that I didn't grow up like that. Nigga, I like to talk to people face to face, and hey, it is what it is. So
but you but,
the
but what
way
is
that
it
they're
every
doing it now, and the way that they're living right now is something that I'm gonna be honest, I don't quite comprehend. All I can do is try to manage it and make sure you stay in line, if that makes sense. Go ahead.
yeah. I think that I
Yeah,
think that you're saying that perfectly. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what we are. And I think if we don't manage it, then I think that, or don't understand it, I think that we're at a disadvantage. And I'm speaking for parents, and I'm speaking for people who are not in that generation where they were born into technology. Straight up iPhone handed to them at 2 years old. Watch this video. We wasn't raised on watch this video at your fingertips, where you can pause it at your, immediate. We had to rewind the tape. I'm just
or if you
saying.
missed it, you just missed it. Mm-hmm.
That's it.
But
Or yeah,
we got to stop being lazy parents too. Like all the
I was
things
just
that these
about to
kids
say
can
that.
learn, yeah, all the stuff that these kids can learn, we can learn. And the technology we're pushing our kids towards, for the most part, is to be technology of consumerism. That's what we're teaching our kids, how to use the app to buy some shit. That's what we're teaching our kids. We're not teaching them data scientists. We're not teaching them neural network. Not teaching them how to program. We're not teaching them quantum computers. We're not teaching them engineering, electrical engineering. We're not teaching them any of the stuff that's going to be the backbone of this society going forward. We're teaching them how to use the app to do a thing to impress somebody or play a game. Like, we're not teaching them that kind of stuff. And the stuff that's of importance that they can actually make a career and monetize, we sitting there with our kids. If it's women, they'll sit there with their kids and they'll watch all the ceremonies that are award shows for all the rappers and all the musicians. So they're teaching their kids that's important. They sit there, and with dudes, we sit there and they go through our kids and we tell them all the lyrics of certain songs and why this person is so good at a rapper. And we go through their discovery of their albums and what makes them so good. We won't spend that level of interest in things that are actually important. So as parents, we got to do better. I've done my part. I messed up my part of it. I've seen the back end of this. And we got to get off the hamster wheel of trying to follow other people. Because that's where the problem comes in. Everybody else doing it, and we think that we special because we going to do it the same way, just a different little spin. We got to get off this wheel. We got to stop being consumers. We got to get out of everything that you want. Like those kids that are LeBron James kids, the Balls kids, Serena Williams, even Serena Williams' daddy. Everything became about tennis for them. Everything. What are we making the everything in our house about? If it ain't nothing and you teaching your kids nothing as an everything, then you teaching them nothing.
Big facts.
Mic check real quick, man. Troy Graham. Let me
Yeah,
get your
I
mic
get
check.
so upset. Oh,
Hello.
Oh,
How
you
I'm
good to go?
sounding?
You good to go? You good to go, Troy? Go ahead. Give me your opening statements, my brother.
Okay, good.
Then we coming
From
to my
what,
sister Ty. We're going to Ty next. Go ahead.
yeah, from what I heard, I agree with most of it, but everything starts. Nobody is born this so-called YN. Nobody's born that way. They don't come out the womb that way. There's circumstances and situations that lead them to a path, right? So all of that starts right there under the roof of that child, and then you have to be a stronger voice than what's outside. Now, from a personal standpoint, I've been through all that with my sons were wilding, and I wanted to pack up shop and go. And I told them this, and in that instance, after I told them that more than once, they kind of straightened their asses up because they know I wasn't playing. And I told them he's gonna come home and the door gonna be locked, and you're gonna be on your own. Since you want to be on your own any damn way, you know. But if you could just listen, then I could more than likely help you save your life and walk your dreams. And then I had them talk to some other people who did some things in life they would be viewed as negative, but they took that negative and made it a positive, and that's what forced them back into reality. So basically, we need programs in the community from the age of birth, and programs that actually do something. And we just have to start under the roof. All this other stuff about locking them up, it's too late then. It's too late at that point.
Amazing. I ain't mad at it. Ty, go ahead.
No, what I was gonna say is it is very important to teach our children a different way of living, right? Like with my daughter, I try to tap into what she's creative with, and try to teach her how to monetize that because you're right, we are just breeding nothing but consumers. They look at phones, they look at tablets, they look at laptops, all they want to do is buy, buy, buy. So I try to I try to train her mind to think of ways to make money instead of spending money. You know what I'm saying? And she'll be 13 next month. She still don't have a phone. I don't trust it. It's too much, like you said, it's too much at their fingertips. And I don't think that they are mature enough to handle things like that just yet. It's bad enough we have to constantly monitor, you know what I'm saying, what they're doing, who they're with, and give them something else to dive into. That's a whole nother world. And with the internet, all kind of weird things happen. You know what I mean? Like there's kids meeting up with grown adults posing to be kids and all kind of creepy things. So you're 100% right. We have to monitor our children a little bit better. And I feel like even with the curriculum in school, I don't know if it's just me or did it change from when we was in school because my daughter doesn't even have textbooks anymore. Like
Right.
what the hell is this?
The
Like
curriculum is crazy.
what can I go reference to help you with this homework? And you pulling out a sheet of paper. I'm like, no, where's your textbook? I had to call school. I thought she was lying. I'm like, y'all don't give out textbooks no more? Like, what is this? Y'all just printing on paper from the internet, giving it to the kids, telling them to do it? Like, how do they learn that way?
Math is totally different than when me and you grew up. Math is totally different now.
It's that new math.
It's that new math.
It's that new math.
But you know,
my son was showing me. He's trying to show me. Well, they told me we got to. I'm like, hold on. Why are you doing all these steps? Nah, bro, you ain't got to do half of that, man. We can do it the easy way. Now we got to write it out. There
They don't let them do it. They don't let them do it, but I had a whole argument with an algebra teacher one time about that, where she had 20 steps to do something she could do in 10, and the lady was telling me that's the way she got to do it. And it's like, why? Why are you wasting your time with that?
And if you don't show your steps, then you get points off. I'm like, wait a minute, hold on. I gotta go Google once again. Here we go again at the fingertips. I gotta go Google how to figure out the math steps that she want me to be, or she want him to apply. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, bro, it's so much easier than this. That's crazy.
Part of the reason I think that they're doing stuff like that is those safeguards that I was talking about earlier, is to make sure they're not just hitting Google real quick and just getting a quick answer, because it has become so easy to just hit Google and say what's 5 times 5. And now they're like, well, how did you get to it? And let's prove it real quick, because y'all just skip it through school. And I don't even know if it's you or Google that's actually passing this, because we're not actually teaching anything. We're teaching them to rely on devices. And we don't even know how to teach how to rely on devices. And right now, these devices, bringing this into the topic, AI is getting somewhere where we have to be prepared for things that we're not even knowing we got to be prepared for.
It's out of order, man. But we got to do things the right way over here. We got Mr. Chapman in the building, man. Some people call him Thomas Hill. I call him Mr. Chapman. Mr. Chapman, welcome to the show. Mic check, because your mic be out of order too. I say that respectfully. But your mic do be out of order.
Man, I was listening to KO earlier today.
Hey, that brother Mike was horrible.
If my mic ever sounded like that, I apologize to each and every single one of you, Mickey Brickies, dog. Man, that dish right there was Aqua Boogie.
Ty, what you said? Ty said, so she was like, the brother got.
I said it sounded like he in the bathtub on the phone.
I said, God, hey, man, that man, Mike, his mic was out. Your mic is in order, Mr. Chipman. Go ahead. You done heard the conversation tonight. I don't know if we're even going to get back to the video, because we done got into a different realm, but I love this conversation as well. So, Mr. Chapman, welcome to the show. Give me your opening statements.
Man, I don't know what I walked into, but I do know that the teachers be wilding with some of the methods they implore these kids to use. Oh man, Ace, no, it was Pittsburgh, I believe, that was saying, he went to talk to his teacher, his kid's teacher, because they asked him to do 12 steps. I seen one and he was doing this stuff like, yo, what are you doing? Like, you're doing way too much. That ain't how it go. It go like this. Now, I know in math there's certain ways that you could do things differently, but man, that right there was so goddamn different, man, that I felt dumb. I was like, yo, I used to be a math ace, and I don't know what the fudge y'all doing, man. I can't follow it.
Bro,
So
I used to love math. I know I can't spell worth a damn, but I know numbers. I love math. Man, I'm looking at this new math that they doing. Man, that shit had me confused, and I'm like, all right, here we go. Let me see if I can figure this shit out.
Dub, I'm saying had me sounding, thinking, looking, acting like my man that was talking to KO today, man. I was just like, God, I don't know what the fuck's going on, but it sound good, I guess.
Man, it didn't sound good
man.
at all, but hey,
Yeah,
man,
man.
I want to ask this real quick, Mr. Chairman, and then we'll spin the block accordingly. We had conversation. Man, what's the solution? What's the solution, in your opinion? Which I don't think any of us have a perfect solution, but to get these YNs to stop being YNs, what's the solution for the black community?
Man, you know what, bro? A lot of this stuff, I hate to say it, man, but this phone make Mickey Frickies do wild stuff, for one. You can take this phone and you can create a moment in time that people can like, comment, subscribe to, share, go viral. So for one, like,
Mr. Chairman, are you there? Did I cut out? Can y'all hear me?
said participation came into the place where, it was okay to be less than stellar, less than average. You was okay. I mean, we got to change the fact that it's not okay to just go out there and participate. It's everything to put forth your very best effort and mean it, and put emotional content behind it so that you will care about it. Then you gotta have us that are able to put out, I guess, like images or things like that for them to check into and look at. We gotta watch how we govern ourselves and move, speak, and act and conduct. Because a lot
govern
of us,
yourself accordingly now. Govern yourself accordingly.
Exactly. Govern yourself accordingly. I mean, we got to make sure that when we speak with respect, we speak with certainty, and we speak with confidence, but we don't speak to injure. We don't speak to tear down. We don't speak to do things that will be anti-productive. I think also the way we carry ourselves with our image needs to be something that is stellar. Back then, like when my mom was a child, like they had to fight so much for an opportunity to be seen, heard, felt. And so they carried themselves with such regard, such esteem. Such esteem. And it's like, I shared a video the other day. I think I should share it now if I can remember. But it was the Breakfast Club. I'm not a big fan of them, but they did have somebody who I've watched as I was a child, and that was Felicia Rashad. And she went in there and she spoke, and as she spoke and how she carried herself, how she even controlled the room, letting them know, like, yo, you set the standard. You give a vibe that people can tap into and say, oh, well, that's what being black is, or that's what being a woman is, or that's what being a man is. So you gotta channel back to what we've always been. We've always been a loving people. We've always been a caring people. Always been an intelligent people. And you know, we got to go back and uphold that, and we got to own that, and we got to craft that, and we got to make sure that we pass that down. And I think a lot of that has been broken. I think that we, as a society, we look to other folks. We should never look to other folks, because we'll never find our safe space in other folks. We'll never find our purpose in other folks. We'll never find our acceptance in other folks. We can only find peace. We can only find happiness. We can only find who we truly need to be and who we truly are within. And we need to start looking to within. We need to start looking at each other. Like just case in point, man. I know I'm rambling, but case in point, look at how we act in these YouTube spaces regarding fighters that are boxing. Look at how we tear our people down. Now, our people could be doing something similar to what other folks are doing, but they're good at doing it. It's just our people. And if we don't rock with this person, we go ham on that person. We clown that person. We talk down upon that person. And we don't do that with everybody else. And everybody else don't really be doing that for the most part. Like everybody else, they appreciate one another. They appropriate one another, and they care for one another. And we got to start doing that for ourselves as well, too. Starting with ourselves. And I think that's a start.
Amazing. Amazing. Cash, we coming to you in a second. I want to say one thing.
Give a little pushback.
Go ahead, sis. Go ahead.
If I could just a little pushback, Thomas, not that I disagree, but I will say this. Other people, they do have similar experiences. The only difference is they do not air their dirty laundry out to us or anybody else. Because, you know, Hispanics do it, Caucasians do it. They all have their own issues within each other. You can read between the lines on some of these, like, you know, some of these, what do you call them? These Senate meetings. And I've seen them on the floor punching each other. So that's not necessarily true. You know what I'm
that's
saying?
absolutely.
Hold on, let her finish.
Jasmine Crockett goes ham. I've seen grown men on the Senate floor asking each other to fight. I have seen this with my own eyes. So I know for a fact that they do it. They probably just don't do it as publicly or as often as we may do it, tear each other down and what have you. But at the end of the day, they know to hold the line, because the system that they put in place is more important than any one person, or more important than the little bickering that they have with one another. We don't do that. So there I do agree, but they all do it. We all do it. You know what I'm saying? It's
Well,
human
no,
nature.
yeah, it's not something like I said that is exclusive, but what I'm talking about is the imagery. That's the biggest thing, because let's face it, my man Trayvon Martin was sitting there chilling, minding his own business, but he looked like he was somebody that was a troublemaker. The other brother that was walking, that was 6'3", 300 and something pounds, he fit the description of a person that was 5'9", 185 pounds. It's what is projected, what they project on us, and what we continue to push out because we behave a certain way. And they'll say, see, I told you they was like that. And that's what we got to cut out. We got to cut that out, and we got to cut out. And they'll, sorry?
Yeah, but that we should be free to be ourselves, because they're free to be themselves. They wear all kind of crazy hair. They got piercings all over the place, and they're not judged by how they look. And I've always said this, and I don't mean to turn it into a race thing, but I've always said the greatest trick that they've ever played on us was make us the victims seem like we're the villains.
No, absolutely.
But that's because we don't control the media. So he's right. Like, if we control the media and we could get a fair shake, then what you're saying is correct. But because we don't control our image, then we don't have the opportunity to do that. Like, even if you look at the TV shows, we don't have, he was talking about Claire Huxtable. We don't have them shows. They'll fund Power Book. They'll have 20 episodes of Power, or 30. For the next 30 years, they could get all the money they want for a TV show like Power. They will not fund a Cosby show. It won't happen. They won't do that. And if they do, they're going to put some weird twist on it. So if we're not controlling our image, then that's what the world sees us as. And the loudest people are the most wrong people are getting all the TV, even on YouTube. The loudest people and the wrongest and the most ratchetest people, the people we never talked to when we was kids. The people who are sex workers now, they get in front of the camera and they get a bunch of people looking at them that come from where we come from. Sex workers didn't have a voice back then. You went into the club and watched them dance or whatever they did. There wasn't no talking going on. Since when we started listening to them? The reason why is because we don't have control of the camera itself in the large part. We don't control it. They do. So if they control it and they're controlling our imagery, we can't afford to do that. I hate to take it from, but I think that's what the brother's saying, and I agree with that.
Real quick, let me get my brother Cash in the building. Cash, you in the building?
Yeah, I'm in the building.
Go ahead.
How we get here? How we get here, man?
I don't know.
That's how it's rambling.
Hey, you know how conversation is, man. You know how it goes. So
I kind of like the tail end of it. All right. Oh man, you got
Troy,
your phone straight
your
out of
mic
Cracker Jack
raggedy
box,
again,
nigga.
man.
I know why. I'll be back. I know why.
Well, if you know why,
Got the Beats Pro. He must got the Beats Pro
if
too.
you know why your mic raggedy, then don't. Never mind.
That's a Cracker Jack prize, Mike, man.
My man got them Beats Pros, baby.
Oh my God. Anyways, moving forward, Cash, you got anything you want to before we go back to my brother Ace, spin the block, D-Ray, anybody?
I mean, I heard bits and pieces about the phones and all the YN question and shit like that. And one thing I say, like I done raised 8 of these motherfucking things we call kids. You know, I had to leave because I had to put my little gremlin to sleep, my little 2-year-old man. But we right. These phones is fucking us up because if you ever out in public, put your phone in your pocket and look up for once and look where everyone else's head is at. It's down in their goddamn phone, man. Shit is crazy, man. But since they on their phone so much, there's ways to get money on these motherfuckers, man. Like I've been having my kids swapping and staking and all these different things for crypto on a pancake swap, which I learned about a long time ago. I've been having them doing all these things where they can stake their little. I invest a little bit of money into their little account, bam, and have them swapping and staking and doing all these things where there's really no risk, as long as you show them the right ones to focus on and have them do the little homework on certain companies and little tiny things. I mean, there's ways to have your kid get money and get ahead in life instead of this old trying to put them in football or basketball. Only 1% of them people make it, man. So I mean, there's ways to really get ahead right now, and the government been telling everybody stay away from crypto, while at the same time they're dominating crypto. They're setting up things and ways to keep you, make sure you stay away from this shit, because they want to keep as many people away from this as possible, because they know this is a way to get out of the matrix. But not too many people know about it, you know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, shit. And one other thing, I don't know about the whole YN question because it's not a lot of gangs where I'm from, you know what I mean? But shit, I made sure when I first started having my sons and stuff, when they first started getting to school, I always made sure to be on them about who they hanging around. When I see them around their friends, you know what I mean? I'm scoping their friends out, scoping their tendencies out, looking how they are, you know what I mean? Watching them niggas when they at my house, see if they lifting, trying to steal something or whatever, man. I told my kids, I pointed out, I want y'all to have a certain type of friends. You stay away from these motherfuckers who smoking weed and doing all this stupid shit. Get a bunch of friends that are doing the right things, because those are the friends who got the parents where you can have a good network system by the time you get out of high school. You done built you a friendship and a network system where they're going to be having all the jobs. These other little hood rats, these niggas ain't going to be doing shit but working at McDonald's, man, shit like that. But yeah, that's all I got.
Rick, D-Ray, Todd, hey, go ahead.
No, I mean, I agree, but the only thing that I would say is yes, we don't control the camera and how they portray us, but let's be honest, it doesn't matter if we got on a three-peat Taylor suit or our pants is hanging off their ass. They're always looking at us suspicious, and it's because of the image that they've created for us. It's not necessarily anything that we've done wrong, although we have contributed to it in several ways. But that image was there before we even contributed to it. I feel like we almost kind of stepped into it, but that image was what they created. That wasn't who we were.
Britt, what you got on it?
I think we got to take back the culture. I think that everybody's saying the exact same thing, that we have an issue with what's coming behind us, but I don't think that they're understanding what the culture is that was in front of us. And I think the more and more that we try to apply the culture that was in front of us, we push away the culture that's behind us. I think that, yeah, money is being made because you're able to do anything without censorship. I think that we do push each other around when it comes to, if you're not making the most money. I think that we are a competitive because we had to be a competitive. When we look at the history of what we came from, and I don't even want to go all the way that far back, but if you look at the history, we had no choice but to fight to get where we are. And I think that we've gotten to the point where we all became fighters, and that's why we do the fighting amongst ourselves. Because when we see somebody not doing the best that they can, we say, "Man, you can do better." And the junk talking and the um the inappropriateness is inside of sports that we talked about earlier. That one of the gentlemen was talking about earlier. Boxing is one of the things, and martial arts is one of the things that I said could have been on our map a long time ago. But we don't know how, and it's not just a we as a community, as the Black community, but we do not understand how to take something that is ours and turn it into $1 trillion industry. Because if you allow someone who controls the money to tell you what it looks like, you're going to be what they want you to look like. And I think that that's what we are.
Amazing. And real quick, I'm looking at the chat a little bit as well. Ty, I see you asking about homeschooling. One of the things that I want to ask about as well, what you just asked about, I don't have a problem with homeschooling. I think, hey, you know your kids better than anybody else will. But the social dynamic of it, right? I think that's one of the most important things that you learn in school is how to interact with people. And so, and I think Zoom, he kind of he trying to break it down as far as what he's dealing with and what he's going through as far as teaching, but or homeschooling. But I agree. I think the social aspect is the scariest thing. One of the things that even myself, I always say, I get away with shit sometimes because I know how to. I know how to interact with people. I love talking to people. That came from interacting with my peers, and so when we speak on homeschooling, the social aspect of it, how do you make up for that? In y'all opinion, how do you make up for the social aspect as far as homeschooling go?
I think
I don't
that's
think
what
you
my
get
main
that from
concern
school
as
though.
well. No, but you
Go
really
ahead.
do though. You do. But that was one of my main concerns because I have been wrestling with the idea for quite some time because as we discussed, the school system is trash. So obviously we can't put the most important part of our child's development in someone else's hands, like we were all saying. But I do think that it is important still for them to get that they have to interact with other people because I will during the pandemic, you know what I mean? Like they were just shut in and it was just us, and it was like, they kind of, to me, she kind of fell behind a little developmentally on a social tip. You know what I'm saying? So I definitely don't want that, and I want her to be able to interact with all kinds of people because you never know what kind of room you'll end up in, and you want to be able to handle yourself accordingly. But I just think that that's something that I would have to like, because I know they have maybe like some homeschooling circles or something where there's like a whole bunch of them maybe get together and stuff. But I would have to look into that.
It's
But that
interesting.
is definitely a major concern of mine.
During the
But I don't.
pandemic, one of the reasons, hey, I used to take my son. We go to the park every day. We ain't masked up. We ain't doing none of that. We outside. Hey, go play. And at that time, shout out to my brother in the building. Zoom versus in the building. Zoom, I'm coming to you next. But at that time, he out there, and where we were staying then, he's playing with people of all races. You know what I'm saying? He playing with everybody. And I think that definitely kept him somewhat abreast of, especially with the homeschooling situation going, and or schooling from home, whatever you want to call it, during the pandemic. That was one of the best things that happened, is going to the park, because it allowed us to get out the house. First thing is I don't know, at this time, I think the man was 5 years old, I believe. You be, as a grown man, you talk to a 5-year-old, you spend your whole day on conference calls, and then now you're talking to a 5-year-old. This shit, it get wild sometimes. And so taking them out to the park and him being able to interact with the kids there, to learn to interact and to learn to speak to other individuals, I think you have to be around them, especially at a young age. Zoom, I know you homeschooling, so my brother, welcome to the panel. Y'all make sure y'all go sub to my brother's channel. Doing great work over there. Me and my son, we done played Call of Duty with him multiple times. So shout out to my brother Zoom, man. What's going on, my brother?
And peace and blessings to everybody. I appreciate you having me up here.
Man, you already know what it is.
Peace and blessings.
So basically, I don't like all that, like, too much typing. You know what I mean? I'm trying to, like, make some food and do it. So I just figured I'd hop up here real quick. So I guess that was always my main thing, was the social aspect of the homeschooling. Like, how am I going to be able to instill the right social skills with her not being able to interact with, other children on a daily basis? What I guess, and just myself, not trying to toot my horn, but I guess where I lucked out is that my daughter is very loving to all people. She knows how to talk to people. She's very intelligent with stuff that she uses as far as words. Because I think that's the big problem in public schools these days. Everybody wants to harp on socializing with other children. And if you look at it, unfortunately, the way that public schools are is other children aren't taught the right things. And it's not all the time their fault. A lot of time it comes from how they're raised and, what's going on at home. It's too much of that going on in schools to allow, in my opinion, for a child's brain to thrive in that social environment. So what I did was, what I've done, like libraries always have like after school thing. So, you could take them to the libraries and they can socialize with the kids that way. A lot of libraries will do activities throughout the year, the school year, different days, like Halloween activities, just using that as an example. They have reading times, arts and crafts times, all that stuff. So that's one way. Like Dub said, the park, that's another big thing as well. Because of course the physical aspect as well as, making sure that they're active and, not just always sitting down. And then I also feel like you as the parent know your child better than anybody. So you're going to know how to approach developing that social aspect of their life. By, of course, like I said, supplementing in the library and the parks and things like that. But as a parent, you're going to know what's...
Oh, Zoom, you cut out. What does that mean?
I hit, that was my bad. I hit the next window phone button on my phone.
No, you good.
But yeah, that's basically what I've done. I mean, homeschooling is different in all different states. You know what I mean? Like, Vegas is actually probably one of the most lenient states. You don't really have to, ask permission. It's really more you just send a letter to the school district letting them know of your intentions to homeschool. And then you send in a curriculum, a detailed curriculum. They can't deny it. By law, they have to accept it. I don't know what other parents have done, but myself, I did extensive, math. I hit math a lot more of the spelling, word pronunciations and things like that. And again, just doing those social things, every once in a while, having a conversation and, just asking, what do you like? Things that's just me personally speaking. As far as like the social aspect comes, because a lot of parents are always asking that, whenever I say, hey, I homeschool. They say, well, what do you do for her interacting with other children? And I explain, this is what I do. And she has her friend, from a former coworker. He has a daughter, and they're like best friends. And out in Florida, she has another one of her best friends that she talks to, and you know what I mean. So as far as like her interacting with other people, it's been really good. I mean, I'm pretty sure everybody up here on the panel and in the chat, if you have any children, y'all are probably great parents, so y'all will know how to, and Cash, I know you say you got like 8, so you know how to interact with your children.
Cash got a baseball team over there.
So So that's just the way that I go about it. I know Ty, you had a lot of, you had some questions on how that all went.
Yeah.
Like I don't know what state you're in, but if that was something that you were seriously, wanting to do, I think that's a good idea. Just me personally speaking. But just look into, what is the steps you got to take? What's the first step you got to take? Because some states you got to go to the district, and then you have to make your intentions known, and then they can deny your curriculum and things of that nature. So, but that's where I would start. If you're really interested in doing that, I think it's beneficial. I don't think it's for everybody, but it's beneficial in a sense of, you get to keep your child safe. You have peace of mind. And as long as you supplement those, things for socializing and things like that, I think you'll be all right.
Thank you, Zumbers. I'm definitely gonna look into it. I've been wrestling with it for like the last year and some change, but it always came I always stopped at the social aspect because my daughter, she's the only child, and then my sisters, they don't live in states, so she doesn't have a lot of cousins her age and stuff like that to play with. She's smack dead in the middle. They're either all older or all younger. You know what I mean? So all she pretty much has is her friends. So I definitely don't want to take that away from her. But you made a valid point. Some of these kids is sometimes we be talking, I'll be like, where did you hear that? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Who said that? What is going on?
And if it makes you feel any more comfortable, my daughter's 10. She's the only child. You know what I mean? So we're in a state that she don't have no younger cousins. All her younger cousins are in Florida. So it's just a matter of, you know what I mean? I just felt like, I can maybe help you a little bit, ease your mind and maybe making that decision. Only child as well. So, I mean, as long as you have the mental fortitude to do it, you'll be all right.
But I think we make too much of the social stuff with kids. Because you got to think, public schools is what we send most of our kids to, right? And when kids have conflict, be it boys or girls, it's violence. So, we're not even teaching our kids the most important lessons when it comes to social construct. Because these kids coming from different households, broken households, abused households that you're sending your kid into. And we can't protect them because when they get to high school, girls get vicious. They jump other girls. Yeah, girls jump other girls. Boys immediately. They're not having a back and forth argument in there. So when we say socially, they're going to be integrated and it's going to help them so much. You're much more served as a parent knowing that, hey, this could be an issue. I'm going to have to focus some attention there. And you're going to come up with some things that whatever you feel like you need, you're going to spend more attention to that. And those kids are better adjusted. You look at the kids that go to private schools, that are going into smaller class sizes. You look at the kids that are homeschooled, and we got to think, we're entering our kids into a capitalist system. So we're trying to integrate them into something that we want them to be like every other kids. No, we don't. We don't want our kids like every other kids. That's a mistake that we're trying to make, that it shouldn't be like that. Your kids got to be exceptional. So why do you want your kids to be like every other kid? That makes no sense. I mean, I've done it a couple times. And at the end of it, I can say at the end were the faults of some of the things I've done with my kids and raising my kids. I'm telling you, you don't want your kids being like every other kid. That's not a good thing. The school is only going to take that kid so far. There's a lot of parenting that has to in between when you send that kid to school and when they come home, and corrective measures you're going to do, because no matter what school they're in, what environment they're in, some of these parents send these kids to school with some wild stuff they be telling these kids, and it influences your kids unless you correct them.
Yeah, no, and to circle back around, you just made a statement that I extremely agree upon. Us as parents, it's our jobs to be able to. I don't like to use the word protect loosely, because at some point we have to kind of take a step back as parents to kind of let them learn, but that's as they get older, you know what I mean? But I agree, because when you send them to school, right? When you send them to the public school, like you said, come other kids from broken homes, things like that. And the only way we can mitigate that is by putting our foot down and making the choice to homeschool or put them in a private school, to make them be different from everybody else. And I don't mean special, you know what I mean? But like you said, be different. We don't want them to be the same as every other child, you know what I mean? We want them to excel, be great, be stars, you know what I mean? And I think that was a great point that you made, that we as parents are the ones that can mitigate those things from happening and those messages being sent to our child's brain by being in public school, because public school has done nothing but go down. Like I know you guys were talking about, there's no textbooks no more, and teachers don't care, and you harped on smaller class sizes, which is very important. I think too many kids in classes and things like that. So everything that you said is definitely super fact.
Now I gotta be honest with y'all, and y'all know how I am. It's about to be 4:00 over here, and we've been rocking for 3 hours and 50 minutes. So I got to get everybody last words. We will be live again tomorrow. We'll be talking boxing tomorrow, but I'm gonna start with my brother Troy. He just pulled back up. Mic check, Troy. Let me make sure your mic in order first.
Oh, it sounds beautiful now. Don't you agree?
Well, say it again.
That a yes. I said it sounds beautiful now.
No, it does. Now, I will say you look like the Chinese movies when your mouth be moving and you don't hear nothing. But hey, the mic is it's in order. The mic is in order, so I ain't got no problem with it. Troy, man, give me your last statements for the night, man. I know you speak on fatherhood all the time. I wish, man, just make your mic sound like it sound now, and you'll be all the way in order. We need to hear from you. But give me your last words, my brother.
Yeah, actually, if you check the show out, the mic is fine. I just did a similar show on this about your words are not just sound. You speak life and death with your words. I just did a show about that yesterday, right? So, again, all of that YN stuff, that's being sold to us as a bag of goods. You give your all, even when they tune you the hell out. Give your all. Just keep giving your all and put them in different programs. That's what I had to do with mine, from boxing to football to the church. Anything that will help them stay on point. And when times get really, really hard, and they have to make the toughest choices, they'll hear that voice in their head, yours, saying, "Don't do this, don't do that, because of this." Because once your kids get to a certain age, you can't just tell them don't do it. You have to give them a reason for not doing it, which is why I brought them around some people that I grew up with that they had interesting lives, just leave it like that. And that shocked them back into reality after they heard some things. And we just have to build from within, man. We can't keep saying that we all these white platforms and that platforms. We have our own platforms. Take your money away from the Netflix and all that and go to the Black Street companies. Take your money away from wherever it is that don't look like you. Put it into something that looks like you. And that's how we make a change. That's how everybody else does it.
I ain't mad at it. Shout out to my brother Troy Graham in the building. Y'all make sure y'all go sub to Troy. Like I said, a hell of a show he got as far as fatherhood goes. And hey, you can always learn something from the brother. Troy, appreciate you, my brother. Much love and respect. Mr. Chapman, you in the building?
I am in the building.
Let me get your last words, Mr. Chapman. Hold on, real quick, Mr. Chapman. I didn't know you like to talk baseball.
I talk sports, baby boy. I talk all kinds of stuff, man.
Hey, listen, I would say I come break you down, but the Braves doing horrible right now. And I played the entire fifth.
Hey, Dub, calm that down, man. We got to win today. We got Acuna that's out. Strider comes back on Wednesday. You know what I mean? So chill out. We're gonna get into things. We won 8-4 today against the Jays. We play them again tomorrow. We got Schwarzenbach on the mound.
Listen. We started off 8-0, man.
Hey,
I don't know if there's ever been a year that my Braves just started off 8-0. Or 0-8, excuse me, 0-8. I don't know. I don't remember a time.
It's all good, man. We dealing with injuries. That's all.
Yeah, it ain't how you start; it's how you finish, bro.
We're gonna be all right.
162 games for a reason. You dig?
I agree.
That's a fact.
Hey, it's about October. I agree with it. Mr. Chairman, man, give me your last words, Mr. Chairman.
Brother, sound like this. Yeah.
Go ahead, Troy.
Well, Troy out of order.
Go ahead, Troy. Sounds like what?
He out of order, man. He out of order. We ain't gonna.
Hey, since he got out of order, let's see what the order was about.
Well,
What you got to say, True?
I'm gonna tell you
I'm saying you
what the
sound
order
like
was.
Billy D back in the
Fuck is wrong with you people? Who raised you?
This is outrageous. This is outrageous.
That's the out of order that I'm speaking on. Go ahead. My bad.
Today is Tuesday. Oh hell.
What? Go, Mr. Chairman. Go ahead, Mr. Chairman. Go ahead.
I don't put the.
I didn't put him on mute. He muted himself. I didn't mute him.
Oh well, you know, each one teach one. Everyone have a blessed one and a loved one too, man. You know, can't be good with the one you with. Be good to the one you buy. Now that note, I'm about.
Shout out to Mr. Chairman, man. Y'all go sub Thomas Steele as well, man. Pittsburgh T, you in the building?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Give me your last words, my brother. I appreciate you coming up, giving the wisdom that you gave us tonight.
It's always a good time to come up here with you, Doug, man. As far as some of the things that we've been saying, as someone who's raised a couple kids and went through the process, I think parents, we have to be careful who we're telling our kids that we think are important because they watching what you do, not what you say. They watching you watch these award shows. They watching the way that you talk about LeBron James, Kyrie Irving, all these other sports figures, and how we don't talk about anybody else of importance. We don't talk about grandma no more. We don't talk about our uncles no more. We don't talk about our aunties, our mamas, our grandmamas who do accomplish great things. And we just overlook all of that and just look past that. And we've even gotten to the point now to where like being exceptional in our own lives isn't good enough. We're looking for celebrities to be that. And I think that's problematic that we actually contribute towards, and we got to slow that down. Because I did it myself, and I know everybody else kind of does it. But it's one of those things where you have to be conscious of what you're actually doing and what you're showing your kids, because they're going to pick and choose what they're going to take from you, as we do in our own lives. So we got to be careful. As far as these YNs, those dudes, I think that's over, man. I think we got to stop making excuses for these people. We got to stop protecting these people. I remember some years back, Trump was talking about sending the National Guard in to get some of them out of there, and people was all up in the uproar. Like, we can't be to the point where we want to have a solution, and we think that the solution is going to be this careful thing. It's going to come in like the sledgehammer. And when you get it to come in, you just got to take what you can get with it, because right now we got nothing. Our communities are destroyed. We don't own anything in these communities, and they're not even places that we want to be in, because as soon as we get some money, we get the hell out of them. So I think we got a lot of social issues to work through. I think we cannot be looking for the government to do it. And if they do, it's going to come in like a sledgehammer. Everybody have a great night. I think this is a great conversation. Good to see y'all on the next one.
Hey, shout out to my brother Pittsburgh, man. Much love and
Definitely
respect.
Pittsburgh. Great conversation. Have a good night.
All right, let me get my brother. Let me see who we're going to. Zoom, you in the building?
Yeah, I'm still here with you.
Man, Zoom, man, I appreciate you coming on, dropping the knowledge that you dropped tonight as well. You know what I'm saying? You know, you're always welcome over here. Give me your last words, my brother.
Well, first and foremost, again, I appreciate everybody, you know what I mean, just chiming in on some intelligent conversation and, you know what I mean, keeping it cordial. Had a shouting match last time I was up here, so.
Hey, look, we was in order. We was in order tonight, Zoom. We was in order tonight.
It was a big theatrical thing. It shouldn't have happened, so I apologize to everybody for that. But, hey, I don't know if anybody's really into video gaming. I got to get back on the horse and start grinding again. But if you like the video gaming, come and check my channel out. You know what I mean? I do anything from Call of Duty, Marvel Rivals, any type of gaming. You got requests, I'll try to do it for you. But I just want to let everybody know, if you haven't told somebody you love them today, make sure you do so. Peace and blessings to everybody. And once again, Dub, I appreciate you.
Hey, Zoom.
What's up?
My son, he asked me about you the other day. He said, Daddy, he said, is Zoom still playing? I ain't see he ain't been. I said, nah, Zoom doing this thing. He doing this thing. You know, he grown. He got responsibility. So
sure, I don't be playing the Call of Duty no more really like that. I just don't.
Man, he didn't got
be getting down like that. You know, they took DMZ away and all that. So you know.
Man, you know I love DMZ. You already know. You know how I was. So.
But I'll probably come back tomorrow for the boxing. You know what I mean? Boxing talk. I'm off tomorrow. I'm just gonna be watching sports and all that, baseball, all that stuff. You know what I mean? So, But yeah, again, I appreciate everybody. I appreciate everybody's time. And peace and blessings to everybody.
Shout out to my brother Zoom,
Thank you
man.
for the
Much love and
information,
respect.
Zone, too.
Of course.
Definitely for the information.
Of course. If you got any more questions, just shoot me a question in whatever chat. I see you all the time in KOs or wherever.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Shout out to my brother Zoom, man. Cash, you in the building?
I'm in this motherfucker.
All right, Cash, we ain't get through the conspiracy show all the way. But hey, I thought it was a hell of a conversation. I enjoyed it tonight. Give me your last statements, my brother.
Yeah, man, shout out to all the parents that are in their kids' lives, man, and putting effort into creating positive society members, man. Shit, I don't really like giving parental advice, you know what I mean? Because shit, my shit was unorthodox. I'm just because I'm a nigga that's so dope my whole life and been to the feds and all types of shit. So I just wanted my kids to be nothing like me, but you know what I mean, teach them how to fight when they're young, that way they can handle their business. If they got to, don't be looking for no problems. You know what I mean? Don't go not liking a kid because your friend don't like that kid. None of that dumb shit. I don't try to teach them, try to get them ahead of the game. You know what I mean? That way they always have more friends than enemies. Because I don't really got a lot of friends. I never really wanted a bunch of friends to stab you in the back. You get the wrong ones around you, man. But really, just if you in your kid's life and you trying to steer them in the right direction, shit, you're doing good. You know what I mean? That's all you can do is try your best.
Thanks.
And hope things work out, man. But yeah, I'm gonna check y'all next time.
Hey, you already know. Tomorrow, I know you got something you got to cook me on, supposedly. We're gonna see.
I'm on your back like a bra strap tomorrow.
I already know. Hey, I gotta, and I'm gonna go watch it because I believe I said something other than what you said. I'm saying, but we're gonna see tomorrow. We're gonna see. Shout out to my brother, man. You know, it ain't nothing but love.
Yeah, it's all good.
Man, my sister is in the building. Ty, appreciate you coming up tonight, man. Hey, you brought a lot to the show, as you always do. Give me your last word, sis.
Well, let's start at the beginning. First of all, I didn't know that we knew that many unalivers. Let's start there because that was when they was talking about I was like, wait, what is going on around here? But,
hey, look, everybody was a part. Hey, you seen? I was like, I didn't know either. So, but shout out to them.
I started busting out like I said, it's too late. Let me turn my computer down. He was like, oh wow, that is amazing. I was like,
amazing. It's incredible.
Nah, but salute to all the veterans, yo. Word up, salute to all of them and the part that they played in protecting us from whatever they protected us from. You know what I'm saying? All I heard was a lady in a dress with a gun under her. You know what? Get ass. I don't know. But just in case you trying to be out of order. Fuck that.
Hey, we gotta clear it up. Hey, we ain't gonna let you be out of order. We gonna clear it up before that. That's what they said. I didn't say it. They said that. They said.
Listen, okay. Nah, but definitely getting our communities together is very important. And like I was telling Zoom, I've been struggling with this whole homeschooling thing because these schools, they just textbooks, parent conferences. It's like, what y'all got going on? They don't know. Basically, they giving you a sheet of what they done teach your baby, and you're like, well, what the hell is this? Yeah. Like, so the schools are definitely out of order, and if they don't have anyone that looks like them in the school, there's a disconnect already. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, real quick, Troy in the back, he said, where are you from in New York?
Who said I was from New York?
I'm just asking what he asked the question.
What's that, Troy?
Troy, you still on the panel, man? Why you putting it in the question, bro?
I'm going by the way you sound. You have that accent. That's why I'm asking.
I think that's so funny. People call it an accent, but anyway, yeah. So I definitely.
I'm from New York. I'm from the Bronx. That's why I'm at.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I'm definitely going to look into the homeschooling thing for her. You know what I mean? But yeah. I think it is. I don't like my daughter. She doesn't have a phone. I just refuse to buy her a phone. It's just like you already got too much going on. If you ask me, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I'm gonna try and hold on to whatever little bit of youth I can keep her on to, because these phones open up a whole new world. You see these kids on TikTok and Snapchat and Facebook and all of this stuff online. So but
Hey, look, hey sis, hey look, I ain't gonna lie to you. So, my son, he originally got a phone, stay in contact with his mom, that type of thing. Uh,
mhm.
but his uncle, he moderate. Oh, nigga, you on Snapchat? What the hell you doing on Snapchat, man? What are you doing? I said, damn, I know he on Snapchat, but what is he out of order? Shit, he got a Snapchat, and I ain't know about it. Even though I found it, I said, damn, well, hey, you got to deal with your uncle now. So it happens.
Yeah.
It happens.
Yeah, I can't. She had she she uses my laptop and stuff, and then whatever little things she be doing, my sisters, everybody's on it, her father, mine. You know what I'm saying? And so if she's out of order, they'll let me know. But I still don't even. It's like it's too much going on online for me to be, and I'm not gonna put her family business out there, her other side of the family. But one of her cousins around her age was taken.
Whoa.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, all because meeting somebody online, pretending to be the same age. You know what I'm saying? All kind of like stuff. We were able to get her back, but it was a couple days. You know what I'm saying? And they found her all the way in Connecticut. You know what I'm saying? So, and it was two older Caucasian men. You know what I'm saying? So after that, I was like, "Oh, you definitely not getting no phone." Like, you know what I'm
Crazy
saying?
work. That's crazy.
Yeah,
work.
thank God. I mean, thank God. We was able to find her, and she's
Absolutely.
okay now. But yeah, this was last summer. You know what I'm saying?
Damn,
So
this is recent. This is very recent.
it was almost like a movie. Her mother went on vacation with the other side of the family. It was like 5 of them, and she stayed with the grandmother. She was supposed to be out walking the dog, and then the grandmother was like, "She's taking mad long." And then the neighbor came knocking on the door with the dog. Like, no, she's gone. They got the cameras, found out the car and all of that, but it took them a couple days. She was missing for a couple days. Like, we was all praying, and what I'm saying, obviously her mother came back immediately, and to help look for her and everything. I mean, we got her back, but it's just a point. You know what I'm saying? Like, stuff like that is really happening in this world.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that was another reason I'm like, no. And then I feel like you're not old enough to ever be anywhere without an adult. Like, she go, you know what I'm saying? Like, you go to the ice cream truck right in the front. I'm looking out the window because I guess it's my only baby. What do you want from me? You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
yeah,
So
yeah.
and it's a little girl. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't too big. I'm just not too big.
I always say, and I say this respectfully, Ty, I don't want no more children. I got one. And one of the reasons I don't want no more children because I don't want a little girl. The reason I don't want no little girl, I don't want to have to kill nobody. And so,
you got to kill somebody regardless. But I did. I wanted. I knew I wanted one too bad, so I wasn't gonna have one. I just knew it. You know what I'm saying? But nah. But and then it's like when they're developing, and like to Zoom versus Point, when they're around other children that really aren't that great for their development. You know what I'm saying? It's like, come on, man. And but she really, and my daughter, she's not grown, but she knows things that she probably shouldn't know, but it's not her fault. She's my only child, like I said. My sister's kids are younger, and then on his side, they're like older and younger. So she's around nothing but adults and older children. You know what I'm saying? Like, so she probably knows things, probably know more than I think she know, honestly. But she, like, you can talk to my daughter and you won't feel like you're talking to a 12-year-old, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, it
So
made
I
perfect
don't know.
sense. Hey,
But
man,
that's because she's around nothing but, you know what I'm saying? It's
adults.
me, her
You're
father, then
around
her aunt.
adults.
Yeah, so it's like, you know what I'm saying? So like I said, I'm trying to keep her as long as I can.
And
You know what
look,
I'm
I
saying?
want her
Like,
to be as pure as I can for as long as
yeah.
possible.
I
I
mean, and she's
understand.
still all the time, she's still, Mommy, can we go to the park? I'd be like, yes, let's go. You know? So you still want to go to the park, baby? Let's go. You know what I'm saying?
I
So
ain't mad at it.
I
I
don't
ain't mad
know.
at it, sis.
But
Hey,
it was amazing. The show. We gotta finish that video because I was very intrigued. We gotta start using the word unalive though. You can't be saying you was
my
just willy
bad.
nilly with it. I was
Hey,
like,
you
hey, you
saved
was
me.
willy nilly with it. I was
Look,
like, whoa.
you two gonna tell me I gotta go cut these parts out. That's what they gonna tell
I'm
me. I already know
trying.
what's
Well,
gonna happen.
you gonna have to shut the whole video down. You got to cut them parts because
Well,
that's
look, they
just
didn't shut us
words.
down. I think we got a formula now of how we can get through these
Okay.
shows, and as far as
Oh, that would be good. Maybe we can go back and watch the other video too. I
Terrence
actually ended up
Howard.
finishing it. I
You
finished
finished
it.
it, man.
Yeah, because it was taking so
Really?
long.
So, look, I was trying to. You got to chop it up. You can't just play it in its entirety. They're gonna shut the stream down, and they still shut the stream down. So, yeah, it is what it is, though. But shout out to you,
Somebody
my
said you
sister.
gotta watch Boys. Okay. Yeah, definitely. Shout out, man. And I'll be back for the next one, man. Definitely.
I'll hit you up accordingly. You already know what it is.
I appreciate you.
Yes, ma'am.
Have a good night.
You take it easy now.
Yeah.
Man, I think this is the first time this has ever happened this way. I think this is the first time. And Troy, I apologize. I had to throw you in the background. I apologize, Troy, because I got my brother up here, man. And I believe this is the first time you ever ended the show with me. Am I correct about that?
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
So, first things first, I appreciate you coming up. Man,
Appreciate you having me.
Give me your closing statements, man. Anything you want to talk. Hey, the floor is yours. The floor is yours.
I just appreciate you having me on with like-minded individuals, great-minded individuals, and people who are here to listen, here to give their feedback, and here to listen to you call them out of order 100 times. Thanks for having me, brother.
Well, you was out of order too. So, I mean,
Of course.
Hey, it is what it is, man. But hey, man, I really appreciate you, my brother. You already know what it is. And anytime you want to pull up, let me know. And you're more than welcome over here. You already know what it is.
I'll be back soon. Keep it going. Keep it going.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I appreciate it. Man, we had another great show tonight. Didn't get through the entirety of the clips that we were playing, but still a great conversation. And at the end of the day, as long as we can have great conversations, educate one another, bounce ideas off of one another, it's called the Conspiracy Show, but that's really what it's about. You understand? Is to get it out there and for us to go back and forth, however we go. And hey, I just appreciate everybody who came through. We had a star-studded panel. Hold on. Go ahead. Here we go. Let me bring my brother. Go ahead, Troy. Go ahead. You're on mute. You're on mute.
Yes, I am, because I like to hear the sound of my own voice back in there. Yeah, what I was gonna say is good show, man. I like to listen more than I like to talk, to be honest with you. So I was more listening than anything else. But let me clear something up. I was trying to tell brother he sounds smooth like Billy D back in the day. I don't know how it came on, but
You're trying to tell who?
Trying to tell brother. The brother with the voice that was on. I was trying to tell him he sounded like Billy D back in the day.
Oh, okay. I got you.
I don't even remember the brother's name now. Yeah.
Ace.
But all right, I'm gone, brother. I'm gone. That was a strong story she told about the child being taken.
Man, that was crazy work right there, man. That's crazy work.
Story,
y'all, hey, make sure y'all out there, man, and y'all kids' life understand what they got going on.
Yeah. Hey, people used to tell me that I was too, was it overbearing with my children? But I'm like, hell no. I'm staying with her. She came in. Trust me, I didn't leave her side, and the same thing with her brothers. I didn't leave their side when they were young either. But all right, brother, have a good morning.
Hey, man, you do the same, Troy, man. Much love and respect, my brother. Once again, man, a great show tonight, and I just appreciate everybody who came through, everybody who was in the chat. You know what I'm saying? And hey, we love talking boxing. We love talking it, but sometimes, man, we got to address everyday real life scenarios, and it didn't start with that, right? It started with the quote unquote conspiracy show and Nick Irving the Reaper, and we're gonna finish his interview up. We're gonna finish that. Next conspiracy show, I don't know when, and I'm working on a few different things right now. I'm juggling some things. So, but I think we gotta finish. And now that we have a way that I think we can get through Terrence Howard video, I think we'll be good there. So we gotta finish that as well. And man, tomorrow we're gonna be talking everything boxing. Boots Ennis, Brian Norman Jr., Bud Crawford, Canelo Alvarez, William Skull, you name it, we talking. Shakur Stevenson, Devin Haney, Ryan Garcia, we talking about all of it. And so we will be back tomorrow. But look out, because we will have the continuation of the Terrence Howard Show. We will have the continuation of this video as well. And hey, we're gonna chop it up and we're just gonna make it happen. That's all we can do. So shout out to everybody who came through, man. Much love and respect. And man, just know, man, we all over here. Where you at? You're rocking on the right side.
And so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country.
And we shall overcome.
Impromptu celebrations erupted outside the White House.
The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are as a people inherently and historic, opposed to secret society, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence.